everyone, and peace of Christ all of you. Please invite your friends and let us have some good time together. Before we start, I ask you to invite people from the internet. And I find that the excuse is very funny. I invite only my friends, or the other one I'm saying I invite only Muslims. It is internet, my friend. It's internet. You post in Facebook, whoever see it, see it. You post in Twitter, whoever see it, see it. You post in Google, whoever see it, see it. The Lord, he said, from their fruits you shall know them. And time will come, and the Lord will see how much fruit you have. How many people they brought to him. You spend your life, you're 50, you die in 60, you die in 70, you die in 80, it doesn't matter. He will ask you, how many people you brought for me? And there is a very clear parable about it in the Bible, about the 3 servants who've been given an investment. The one who hide it, the one who double it, and the one who make it a 3 times. Which one is you? Go read it. I'm doing that for your benefit. When I say do something, it's for your benefit, not for me. I do my duty, and I'm not worried about what I'm doing. Trust me, I don't care if there's 1, or there's 1,000, or there's 1,000,000. The Lord is my witness. I'm doing my best. Now we go to the topic. 2 days ago, we have a Muslim who called us, and he said that the Quran forbid alcohol, and that is supposedly, according to studies, many women, they have a birth defect because they drink. And here we ask ourselves, very silly how Muslims, they think about us. I never saw people who drink as much as Muslims. If you go right now and search in Saudi Arabia, how many people die every year from drinking not alcohol, they are drinking perfume, cologne. This is how much desperate they are for drinking. So what the Muslims, they do, they always try to present themselves as Islam is a good religion and Muslims are the perfect one, and the rest are a bunch of garbage. When in fact, the birth defect is #1 in the world are Muslims. Why? Because they marry their cousins. And even the Quran made it clear that you can marry your cousin, first cousin. And when a Muslim, they practice that, you will find how huge the number of those. And you can do right now and search what is #1 reason for birth defect of a children's. You will see it is marrying from the same blood. And actually, even if you don't marry from the same blood, if you marry a woman, she's from different family, far away, but you have the same blood, that will cause a problem for sure. High risk. So what the Muslims, they do always, they try to put anything out of Islam and blame the whole world. If a Muslim, he don't have electricity, he will blame the Jews. Why we don't have peace in Iraq? Well, we blame USA. USA is letting you have a government, you have a president. No, you are killing each other. Why we have ISIS? Or USA support ISIS? Okay, the truth is that ISIS exists before USA exist. Since the time of Muhammad is the first ISIS. And since then, no Islamic country have peace. So today we will show you an example about how Muslims, they present their belief and how they think about themselves. This is a very famous man. His name is Zakir Naik. He's a celebrity, He's going to make a movie soon. It's called Sylvester Stallone Zakir Naik. This guy, his gun never get empty. He's like, he fit for American movie. He is the hero, but potato. I wish he dared to say I would debate Christian Prince for 5 minutes. As the rest of them, all of them, they go say, Christian Prince, run away from us. Christian Prince, here we go. Let us see who's running. So they are asking Zakir Naik about depression, and is depression a disease? And what if a person commits suicide to depression? And now Zakir Naik is going to tell you he's doctor. Dr. Zakir Naik, the solution is there. Listen carefully.
Looked down upon maximum amongst any religion, it is Islam. The religion which is maximum spoken against in the media today is Islam.
Listen.
And today if we analyze, the people that are looked down upon maximum amongst any religion, it is Islam.
According to Zakir Naik, there is a study that says that the Muslims are the most happy people in the world. Who? The Muslims are the most happy people in the world. This is true. Must be true.
The survey was, who are the people who are most satisfied with life?
Satisfied.
And in the survey they said that people who believed in a God or believed in religion were more happy than the people who did not believe in religion. So the least happy or the least satisfied amongst all the human beings in the world, they were the atheists. And the survey goes in depth, and it says that among the religious people, do you know which religion, the people following which religion are the most satisfied? And this survey said number one were the Muslims. The people who follow
number one in the world who they are satisfied are Muslims. Who is the one who crossed the sea, who crossed the land, who died in the sea just to go to Europe? The Muslims. How many refugee Muslims we have just in the last few years? Because they are satisfied. This is true. I mean, they don't go to Islamic countries. Have you ever heard of a Muslim seeking refugee in Islamic countries? Why? They don't have them. They have more than 100 country Muslims. Maybe 60 of them is controlled totally by Islamic government. But Muslims, they don't seek refugee in Muslim country. Why? Because they are not satisfied with Muslim countries, and Islam is the worst. If you want to be treated as a human, you go to non-Muslim countries. That's the truth. That's the truth. So Zakir Naik saying, okay, well, according to study, brother, Muslims are the most satisfied people. Which study is that? I mean, the Muslims, they make studies, and they give you, if you see articles made by Muslims. Dr. Johnson, like, who is this Johnson? He said that camel urine is the best. Okay, now it's time for you to find where is this guy, Dr. Johnson, where he's located, and where we can find this study. Drinking camel urine, it's an acid. And if this is true, why you Muslims are fighting over the vaccine for corona? Just take it. The logic they come with, I find it, embarrassing. Actually, there's a hadith. Aisha, she said that the most unhappy person in the world is a Muslim woman. Can Zakir Naik say Aisha is a liar? Do he dare? And if the Muslim women are unhappy, that's mean more than 60% of the Islamic society is unhappy. And the reason I say more than 60% of Islamic society, maybe even sometimes 70%, because Muslims, they are always non-stop in war, killing each other or killing others. And that make a huge number of men die always. So the majority of population is women and children. Read carefully. Rif'a divorced his wife, etc. And Aisha and women, she got beaten by her husband. She came to Aisha. Aisha said that a lady came wearing a green veil and complained to her, which means Aisha, of her husband, and showed her a green spot on her skin caused by beating. You see how happy Muslim women? Islam brings happiness to your life. The only religion who teach you to beat your wife is Islam. Islam is a wonderful religion. That is happiness. You say to your wife, make tea, she is late, you beat the hell of her. You can jail her even in the room. Chapter 4, verse number 34. You can even stop sleeping with her, because you have 4 chickens, I mean, for them, they believe women are the same as a chicken. He's a rooster. He jumped from a chicken to a chicken. So he said, okay, I will sleep with those three. This woman, I will not sleep with her as a punishment. I will jail her in her room, and I will beat the hell of her. And here it says it was the habit of ladies to support each other. Here the Muslims are trying to explain to you why Aisha taking a side of the women. Because women are bad according to Muslims. They are the devil. Actually, Muhammad, he said that clearly, and I will show you that. And he said, so when Allah Messenger came, Aisha, she said, I have not seen any women suffering as much as a believing women, Muslim women. Do you see it? In the time of Muhammad, this is the best time of Islam. This is, you know, Islam today is not Islam. There's no Islam today. All of those are liars. All of them, they are liars. Because Islam is to follow Sharia law. Which country is stoning women to death? Which country is cutting hands? Even the country is called Malaysia. We have like the Prime Minister of Malaysia keeps talking about Quran and Sharia, etc. He don't dare to practice it. When the last time they cut hands in Malaysia? When the last time they stoned a person? When the last time they crucified a person? Even Saudi Arabia, just a few months ago, they gave cutting hands up. That's it. No more Sharia law. And no whipping for people in the street. Even the center of Islam. Because it is obviously inhumane. So Aisha, she witnessed that there is no one is suffering as much as a believing woman. Did Aisha lie? If you are a Muslim, leave your comment. And I challenge you to make a video about the lies of Aisha then. The only one who accuses Aisha of bad things is the Muslim Shia. They hate her. Because she went against Ali and his family. So, Aisha, she witnessed that Muslim women are the last one to be happy. And remember, between those women, when Aisha, she said the most suffering women is the believing women, and around them there is women who they are not believing. So women who they are not believing Islam, they are way happier than Muslim women. It is very happy to see that somebody teaching you that women are the devil. I mean, let us see the impact of such a teaching and happiness. What that will do. You see, sometimes we read things but we don't analyze the information because we are shallow. You know, we live and die as silly, shallow people. Nobody want to think deeply. And what is the impact of such a teaching? When Muhammad, he says, after he saw a woman walking by, he got so horny. And what Muhammad, he blamed that for? He blamed the women. It's her fault. She just walked by. Now, those women are Muslim women wearing burqa. They are not wearing like a mini skirt or bikini. So what Muhammad, he said, the women advances and retires in the shape of the devil. Imagine how much happy a society believe in such a garbage. That everything bad happened to us as men is happening because the women, she is the devil within us. Can you believe how much happiness that will bring to your life? So your mother, she is the devil. Look at your mother if you are a Muslim and you are listening to me. Look at her. According to your prophet, she is the devil. When she go, when she come back, she is the devil. How much impact of hatred that will make inside the society. Not only it is a clear discrimination for women, but it brings hatred and violence against them. So when the Muslims speak about happiness and we are the most happy people, when Zakir Naik, he believed in this story, that this is true, so he believed that his wife is the devil. Remember, all women, Muhammad did not say this women, he says the women advances and retires in the shape of the devil. So every single woman is the devil in Islam. Muhammad, he put in the mentality of the Muhammadan that every woman, she is a prostitute and she is going to betray her husband. If you don't believe me, read with me. Muhammad, and as usual, the mentality of happiness, it's working. Muhammad, he said, had it not been for Eve, women would never acted unfaithfully toward her husband. By the way, the translation is false. It's not saying unfaithfully. She says betrayed her husband. Here we go. This is a different translation. And here Muhammad, he is showing how much happiness he brings with his teaching, that we have to blame the Jews for everything, including if you have a meat is damaged in the kitchen. The Prophet said, where it's not for Bani Israel, meat would not decay, and where not for Eve, women would never betray her husband. So according to Islam, women, they are by nature unfaithful, filthy, damaged creature. And why? Because they are the same as their mother Eve. So what you expect, according to Muhammad? Based on the little information, which is all is authentic. Muslim cannot say this is not true. You see, this is their websites, this is authentic. This is the same as the Quran. This is Sahih Bukhari. So imagine we live in a society, and supposedly we are trying to seek happiness, and you look at your wife and you kiss her, but you see a devil, and you know in your heart as a Muslim that she is the devil. But you know what? I'm horny. I'm going to kiss her. And here you see how stupid this filthy mentality, that he is using the women for his sexual pleasure. He is using the women as a cook in the kitchen. He is using the women as a person who give him babies, but she is still the devil. And the funny, Islam make you believe that you should have 4 devils at home. I mean, is it enough to have 1? So how that can bring happiness to a family? I remember when I was a kid, I went to a Muslim kid house, and the kid, he was saying to his brother, "If your mother." I said to him, "You stupid, how you say that to your mother?" he said to me, "My mother is not his mother. Hello, I'm a Muslim." The most corrupt system is Islam. Why? Because in the family there's nothing but hate. Each woman, she teach her children to hate the other children from the other wife. So you grow up in a big family, maybe by number, but is the most divided family. I could not believe it that somebody is saying to his brother, "If your mother." How you say that? "Oh, well, his mother is not my mother." So when the Muslims, they try to present to us happiness in Islam, the truth is totally different. Islamic society are the most desperate, the most angry. Muslims are always happy, extremely happy. I mean, I do not need to zoom in the faces. You can see the happiness. It's all over the place. Kill this one, kill that one, Allahu Akbar, Takbir, do jihad, the kuffar, and the conspiracy. How a person can be happy if you have a phobia even from food? Pork is a phobia. Drink is a phobia. Women is a phobia. I mean, everything in your life is a phobia. I mean, this is the only religion who promote drinking camel urine and forbid wine. And that supposedly will bring happiness to your life. Obviously, it must be true. And the sign of happiness in Islam is very clear. Beheading, torturing, teaching kids to hate each other, to hate the Christians, the Jews, even the Muslims. Islam, my friend, bring happiness to your life. Who is the only religion in the world who they dream about killing somebody who is not like them? Islam. The Christian, they pray for the Muslims, they pray for the Hindu, they pray for the you go to any church, go, you are welcome. You will see the Christian, they pray for every human being in this earth. The Muslim, they curse everybody. And when I say the Muslim, I'm talking about those who believe truly in Muhammad. How the Muslim, they view us as non-Muslims, as long they are people who saying to us, or those who in YouTube, saying Islam it present happiness. We are happy. We are happy, my friend. And I find it very interesting that Zakir Naik is been asked about suicide. The question was from the beginning, I had not played from the beginning, there's an artist, I don't know how to say his name, I don't know, he's Indian, etc., but he's a Muslim, I think, who committed suicide. And Zakir Naik, he said he never heard of him. True story, because they would, he watched only porn.
There's a similar question on a similar topic asked by Showan from Bangladesh. A famous Bollywood non-Muslim actor named Sushant Singh Rajput committed suicide a few days ago. People all over the world, including Muslims, posting and sharing on social media, may his soul rest in peace. This is surely an indirect prayer for that person that may God grant him Jannah. Please, doctor, say something about this.
No, he will say something now.
A question on a similar topic by Suhail Azim from India. Allah says in the Quran, He does not lay a burden on a person greater than he or she can bear. Then why do people, whether Muslims or non-Muslims, why do they commit suicide? Replying to all these questions would require more than 1.5 hours.
You can make
more
it
than one
sure.
complete session. I will try and answer in brief as much as I can.
Now we are going to hear the shrink. He have all the answers. The shrink, Zakir Naik, he knew what's happening. So why people, they commit suicide? You can skip the first half hour of the video. Even the video is 26 minutes because he will not say anything really. I mean, have you ever heard of such a thing? You can skip the first half hour of the video, even if though the video is 26 minutes. Because this is what Muslims do. You ask them a question about a very serious topic. They do blah, 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 blah. What is the answer? Like one of the funny things, by the way, sometimes I see even Christians in the comment sections, like 2 days ago, we have a Muslim who called me and I keep saying to him, is it bad? Is it good? And then you will see a Christian in the comments saying, Christian Prince, let him talk. Let him talk. This is what I mean, it's amazing how silly some people are. Somebody he don't even never spoke to a Muslim. He is going to teach me. And when I say me, I'm not speaking about me as a proud person, but a person who spent his life debating Muslims. He want to teach me how to debate Muslims. They don't give an answer. You have to force it. A Muslim, he never give an answer because the answer, especially if he knew he's speaking to who, he knew that the answer will be used against him. So they avoid it. So don't tell me, let him talk, let him talk. We are letting him talk. We want the answer. You have to enforce it. This is not a blah, 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 blah conversation. Otherwise, if you are a person who is interested in blah, blah, go and do blah, blah, what you want. Here we want to find answers. So now if we listen to Zakir Naik, all the video, what we will hear? Nothing. Any Muslim can tell me what is the answer for the question in the video? Like if I skip the first 10 minutes, there's an answer? Let us see.
They interviewed 67,562 people. And this sample is very large. Normally they survey.
Guys, what this have to do with the question? An artist, he did commit suicide because he have depression. Brother and sister, they did the survey and they interviewed 67,000. And guess what, brother? They found that the most people who they are happy, brother, are Muslims. This is the answer. What does have to do with the question? Now we knew that this is absolutely false. Go to Pakistan and see how people live. This guy, I mean, where Muslims are happy? What are you talking about? Which country? We can have an exception, like between all the Islamic countries, is countries where they are very wealthy. They are relaxed, you know. We cannot say they are happy, but they are relaxed because a lot of money. Like Emirat. But what about the rest? But Emirat is not even the size of a building in Pakistan. What does have to do with the question? Because simply, you have to speak about everything except the answer. Let us skip this one. This one we get him busted because all those studies are fabrication. Okay, let us skip the first 7 minutes.
Which is criticized maximum is Islam. The people who are harassed the most in the world are the Muslims. The people who are oppressed the most today in the world are
the Muslims are oppressed. Who in the world want to believe in this? People, listen carefully. The Muslims in the world are oppressed. We have a president, his name is Obama, is going to make a program in Ramadan about how amazing Islam is, and all the interview is done with Muslims. We have a president, his name is Joe Biden. He quote the Prophet of Islam and he promote Islam, and yesterday he just hired a judge. He is a Muslim in the federal court. We have leaders in Europe who open their doors for Muslims from around the world. England, specifically London, it's not London no more, it's London Stan. It is Pakistan. And Muslims are oppressed. Muslims, they can open mosque anywhere, every corner they want. And Muslims are oppressed. Christians who cannot, and if we open a church like what happened in Indonesia, either they burn it, or they send a suicide bomber, or they send some terrorist and cut the head of the ministers and his family, as what happened last year. Muslims are oppressed. True story. Here I will show you the duty of a Muslim according to Muhammad, just to show you the hypocrisy of those liars. According to Islam, the duty of a Muslim is to oppress every non-Muslim. Is what? Is to oppress every non-Muslim. The Quran have a verse saying, because Islam is a white supremacist Arab culture, religion, the verse says, and this is Muhammad talking, the best people raised ever for mankind. The Quran says that. You Muslims are the best for mankind. Of mankind. When you hear this, you say the best, and you say, they put the word benefit there, you know. In some translation, they put the word benefit. You see, like the Muslims are ordered to benefit mankind, you know, like it's benefit, maybe about science, maybe about helping the poor, non-Muslims. No. Means the best of people for the people, as you bring them with a chain on their necks till they embrace Islam. Do you see it? So this cowardly liar man saying that Muslims are oppressed when Islam is nothing but oppression. And someone might say, okay, why we cannot do it now. But if they can, they did it for centuries. Do you see all those countries in the Middle East? None of them speak Arabic. The Arabian Peninsula, they have Arabian tribes who speak Arabic. The rest, they don't. The Coptic, they are not Arab. They have their language. The Egyptian, those are Egyptian. The Jordanian are not Arab. Those are the one there who speak Arabic are the Bedouin who came with the invasion of Islam. The Syrian are not Arab. The Iraqi are not Arab. The Persian are not Arab. Okay, what happened? Wherever they go, the Moroccan are African, the Egyptian are African, the Libyan are African, and the Tunisian are African, Algeria are African. So where is their language? It's gone. Why? Because Islam oppressed the one they occupy, and they forced them to convert to Islam, and they forced them to speak Arabic. To the point you speak to someone from Somalia, and he said to you, I'm an Arab. How you are an Arab and you are an African black man? All of us, we knew that the Arab are not black. But because Islam oppress you and steal your identity, Islam is a white Arab supremacist cult. Believe that we are the best of mankind, and we are chosen by Allah to put a chain around you like a dog. Maybe you don't understand how Muslims still they view us. And when I say Muslims, I mean Islam. How Islam look at a human being. You know, all of us, we have eyes, right? But Muslims, they have different eyes. Because as their prophet says, you are the best of mankind, and your duty is to bring them into Islam by chain. And the Quran says that non-Muslims are equal to pigs and donkeys and monkeys and animals. كالأنعام. And even worse. Chapter 7 verse 179. Chapter 25 verse number 44. They are the same as cattle and even worse. Who are they, those who they are the same as cattle? Everyone is non-Muslim. So when a Muslim, he look at you, he look at a cattle. You are a goat. This is why they believe, and Islam believe, that the slaughtering those people is not a slaughtering of a human, it's a slaughtering of a cattle. Actually, there's a Muslim, he explained to you this verse very well. And as usual, those who believe that we are cattle, they live between us. Because the stupid European, they opened doors for them. To the point England became the nest of terrorism. This is the truth. Listen carefully how this Muhammadan, he explained to you who is the Muslims and who is non-Muslims. And remember, this is his view, not mine. So don't blame me for what he will say.
To some friends that we have over here. We've got some cows, as you can see. They look a bit vexed. I'm not going to get too close because they look a bit aggy. It's the cow gang. Really look like they're on this thing. Basically, brothers and sisters, just seeing the cows reminded me of an ayah in the Qur'an where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes the people who are misguided. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says they're more misguided than the cattle. They are more astray than the cattle, right? Than these cows. Now, if you think about it, brothers and sisters, a human being, right, who doesn't believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he has less value than these cattle right here. Because at least from this cattle and these cows, you can get milk. At least from these cows, you can get leather. You know, you can get something from them. There is some benefit that comes from these cows. Despite how, you know, if you look at them as an animal, you know, alhamdulillah, they're a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they're not the most intelligent animal. No, they're not the most, you know, like you can see flies all around them. But a person who's misguided, a person who's astray, a person who doesn't worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has less value on this earth than these cows. Because these cows, like I said, at least they produce some fruits.
I mean, look at this potato coward. He speak about cows, they produce milk. What do you produce? The car behind him is Mercedes-Benz. The camera he's using, either it's Japanese or Chinese, but for sure not Islamic. The phone he is using is not made by Muslims. The clothes he is using is not made by Muslims. The microphone he is using is not made by Muslims. And the milk he is drinking is not made by Muslims. And yet he is saying that cows are better than you. Have you ever heard of a stupid white supremacist cult more than Islam? They think they are the best. So the Chinese in China, who don't believe in Islam, they are cows for him. The Buddhists are cows. They are less than cows. The Christians, the Hindus, they are less than cows. Muslims are the only human being in this earth. The rest are less than cows. At least the cows, they produce milk, he said. What do you produce? And notice carefully, YouTube will not take such a video down. This is not a hate of speech of hate. You know what I mean? This is not a speech of hate. Christian Prince, he play it, they might take it down just because I play it, you know, because I'm showing you how filthy it is. But the guy who made this video, they will not take his video down. This is not hate of speech. This is hate of this speech of love for YouTube. Look at this, beautiful. You put it very well, brother. Very well done, brother. And what make it more funny that his Mercedes-Benz in the back, what do you do for a living to have a Mercedes-Benz? Are you a refugee? You are the same as a cow in their eyes.
We've got some cows, as you can see. They look a bit vexed. I'm not going to get too close because they look a bit aggy. It's the cow gang. If you look like they're on this thing. Basically, brothers and sisters, just seeing the cows reminded me of an ayah in the Qur'an where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes the people who are misguided. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says they're more misguided than the cattle. They are more astray than the cattle, right? Than these cows. And if you think about it, brothers and sisters,
yeah,
a human being, right, who doesn't believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he has less value than these cattle right here. Because at least from this cattle and these cows, you can get milk. At least from these cows, you can get leather. You know, you can get something from them. There's some benefit that comes from these cows. Despite how, you know, if you look at them as an animal, you know, alhamdulillah, they're a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they're not the most intelligent animal. No, they're not the most, you know, like you can see.
No, you are the most intelligent animal. You are. I mean, you are a genius. You are the only animal in the world who is genius, Mr. Dawa. I mean, what's wrong? How in the world even they allow those people to live in England? England is the worst place in Europe to live in. So the video keep going. The guy talking about how you Christians, you Jews, you Hindus, you Buddhas, you atheists are a bunch of cows. Actually, cows are better than you. They make milk. What do you make?
Human being who is misguided, who doesn't worship Allah, that human being will live in this world, and all that human being will leave behind is his feces and his urine and his bones and his skin that will rot into the ground. Okay.
You know, all what a human being he leave behind him is his feces. So why you Muslims go to your prophet and kiss his grave? There's nothing behind except his feces. Actually, we can show reference where the Muslims are fighting over his feces. We can show reference where Muhammad he say that the one who drink his urine, no fire will burn his stomach. The only religion who claim that they don't believe that Muhammad is God, yet they drink the feces of the man who they follow, is Islam. That is shown as signs of intelligence or sign of intelligence. We go back to Zakir Naik. Shall we? So we showed you how they view us, and you know, by adopting such a view that all non-Muslims are dogs, donkeys, worse of creatures, you cannot have peace in your heart, because wherever you go, you see around you a dog, disgusting dog. Even dogs are the enemy of Allah. I mean, all the world love dogs, except Muhammad and Muslims. You have a phobia from everything. Phobia from music, but name for me one Muslim who don't listen to music. Just name one. Especially music which come with porn.
Other Muslims. The maximum negative factor by the media and all over the world, the society, is against Muslims and Islam. In spite of this,
yeah, this is why George Bush, he said Islam is peace. This is why Bill Clinton says that. This is why Obama says that. This is why the President of France says that. This is why the Prime Minister of England says that. I mean, see oppression? All of them, they are saying lies about Islam. I agree. All of them. I never saw one media station speaking the truth about Islam. Starting from Fox News. Now, until now, we are waiting for the answer. Okay, what is the solution now? Okay, what is the answer? A person who commits suicide, they are asking you about why, what do you think about that? What does have to do with all of this? If we skip the first 10 minutes, there's no answer. If we skip the first 10, 15, 20 minutes, there's no answer. If we skip that, okay, where is the answer, Muslims?
it can be due to hormonal changes. It can
okay, now he's going to tell you about depression. Okay, finally he will say something about depression. Let us see.
Go to the basic question.
Finally, the basic question. After 10 minutes of the video. This reminds me of one of my cousin. He's an Arab. He went to the movie. He attended the theater. He came out. We asked him, did you enjoy the movie? He said, hey, my cousin. By the time I was shaking hands and saying Assalamu alaikum, the movie was over. That is what Islam. They follow tradition. Nobody uses his brain. You go to the theater, you start shaking hands with everybody. Assalamu alaikum, assalamu alaikum, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, you have to shake hands with everybody. Come on. Even in the movie. Continue, Zakir Naik.
That the first question I pose, that is depression a disease? And if someone commits suicide, is it haram? And what is the Islamic solution for it? For depression? And
take a note, please. Islamic solution for it. I mean, did you hear this? There is an Islamic solution for depression. Please take a note. Tell us, Zakir Naik.
For committing suicide. Regarding is depression a disease? Depression is mainly a mental disorder. This is a very definition.
People take a note. It's not me who is saying that. This is doctor. I'm not a doctor. The only certificate I have is my driver license. And I got it from the Middle East when I was blind. Because the only countries in the world, they give you driver license when you are, even if you are blind, is Middle East. Because we don't, I mean, everything is perfect there. There's no corruption. Have you ever heard of a country give driving license to blinds? Yes, because you pay some money. The driving license come home. Nobody needs. Just send us a picture with your sunglasses. Don't worry. So he said that depression, and he's talking, remember, about what? Committing suicide. It's a sign of mental illness. Mental illness? Zakir Naik, are you sure?
If someone commits suicide, is it haram? And what is the Islamic solution for it? For depression and for committing suicide. Regarding is depression a disease? Depression.
Guys, what the word disease mean? English is not my first language. What the word disease mean? Disease? I'm going to ask Google. What the word disease mean? Prophet Google. Okay. What does the word disease mean? I don't want to go to dictionary. I want to go to scientific, doctors stuff. What is disease? First sight and answer, what is disease? A straightforward must have feel we have an intuitive grasp. This is one. Okay. Maybe we can use that word disease then. You see, I'm not a doctor. I'm trying to find out if the word, because in my I thought the word disease in English means that something can be spread. This is what the word disease, but look like maybe it can be used. I'm not sure. If you can, guys, you can correct me about that. So Zakir Naik is saying that this is a word disease. And if you have a depression, you have a disease, and you have a mental illness.
Is mainly a mental disorder.
Disorder.
This is a very definition, but it is not a disease that you get due to a germ or a bacteria.
I see.
Or a virus. It's a mental disorder. And the reason for this mental disorder are various.
So in the minute 10 and 20 seconds, Zakir Naik is going to tell us the reason for this mental disorder. Take a note, Muslims. Take note, Christians. In the minute 10 and 20 seconds, Zakir Naik will tell us the reason behind this mental disorder.
The reason for depression, it can be due to hormonal changes. It can be due to some enzymes that have been secreted by the brain. But the common cause is due to a personality trait, and the most common is environmental. Environmental, that today survey tells us that in India, the majority of the people that do suicide is mainly because of economic reasons, and you find a large number of farmers.
I don't understand what he's saying. What he said? Let me play it again. I could not understand what he's saying.
The main cause is due to a personality trait, and the most common is environmental.
Environmental? Oh, okay, environmental. I was trying to find out what he was saying.
Environmental, that today survey tells us that in India, the majority of the people that do suicide is mainly because of economic reasons, and you find a large number of farmers, they commit suicide.
Okay, hold on. How people they commit suicide, you just said it is because of mental disorder. And now you are saying most of them because of economic reason. His economic reason is a mental disorder. Okay.
Then you have people due to being dissatisfied.
Maybe he's just giving us some reasons, like it's not necessarily mental disorder, there's many reasons. Okay. This person, the second person, he is not satisfied. With what? Like, okay, you marry your wife, in Islamic countries, and she put like 10 kilograms of makeup because you never saw her before. Your mom, she went there and she asked for her hand. And then you take off the burqa and then you see a mustache. And that is a person who is not satisfied.
Because of the job, because of rivalry in the profession. People commit suicide. There are students at a young age, because of the depression of exams, they commit suicide. And according to the medical research today by the Mayo Clinic, they say that amongst the outpatient department who come for cure of depression, about 2% of people commit suicide. Among the inpatient department who admit themselves in the hospital because of depression, about 4% commit suicide. About 4% commit suicide. And on a whole, amongst the depressed people, amongst the men, 7% commit suicide. Amongst women, only 1%.
Hold on. How women are the most stupid one, according to the Quran? How women are not equal to men, according to the Quran? how women are the most evil one, according to the Quran, then the one who commits suicide because of depression is 7% of men and 1% of women. Did you hear it, Muslims? From every 7 men who commit suicide, there's, in the other side, there's 1 woman, she commits suicide. So how come they are stupid? How come they are the devil? How come they are dummy? How come they cannot be a witness in the court? How come 2 women are equal to 1 man? How come the man, he can have 4 of them? Yet you just said to me that the man is the one who does stupid things more. The average of stupidity, according to Zakir Naik now, that men are 7 times more stupid than women. That means everything Islam speak of is stupid. He just proved it. Listen carefully. 7 men commit suicide, 1 woman commits suicide. It's not me who said that. Zakir Naik give us the reference.
The inpatient department who admit themselves in the hospital because of depression, about 4% commit suicide. About 4% commit suicide. And on a whole, amongst the depressed people, amongst the men, 7% commit suicide. Amongst women, only 1%. Coming to your question about the postpartum depression, yes, as I said, there are hormonal changes in the woman due to menstruation, due to postpartum after delivery. And
so how come the woman, she have all those hormone changes and all etc., and yet she is 1%, and the man, he don't have hormone changes? You ask the Muslims, why the women, she cannot be a witness in the court? Because, brother, they are emotional, and they are, you know, they have hormone, and, you know, brother, they have their menstruation, and I mean, they make all the excuses in the list of the world. So how come those things appear only when about giving the women her rights, but when it's come to suicide, the man is, how come those hormones are not affecting the women the same as the man? Do the men have hormone changes? Hey, Zakir, you know, how's your hormone doing? Be honest with me, aren't you buying Viagra? I hope your hormone is doing fine. Very important for me that Zakir Naik, he made it clear that committing suicide of a sign, according to him, not to me, a sign of mental disorder. It's a mental thing. Listen carefully again.
depression is mainly a mental disorder. This is a very definition.
Okay.
But it is not a disease that you get due to...
So how Zakir Naik can explain to the Muslims why Muhammad, he tried many times to commit suicide? You see, remember, the whole topic is Zakir Naik trying to say to us that Muslims are the most happy people. And he explained that committing suicide is a sign or a reasoning, the reason of it is a mental disorder. This is Sahih Bukhari, and this is hadith number 6982. Sahih mean authentic, very authentic, according to Muslims. So every Muslim have to believe in it. It says here that the Prophet, he tried to commit suicide many times. How many times? Many times. Not once, not twice. The guy, he used to it. Read carefully. But after a few days, Waraqa ibn Nawfal, Waraqa died. Waraqa is the one who used to make Qur'an to Muhammad, not Allah. And that you will see, the inspiration of Allah stopped, because who was making it? Waraqa. And the divine inspiration was also paused for a while, and the Prophet becomes so sad. Read carefully with me the word, he became what? So sad. So here we have a clear evidence that the reason for Muhammad doing what he will do next is he is so sad. Depression. As we have heard, he intended several times to throw himself from the top of the high mountains. Do you see it? Zakir Naik, the purpose of his video is to tell you that Islam can have a solution for this. But guess what? If you follow the Muslim, those Muslims like Zakir Naik and those Da'wah, and those are Muslim Sunni. They follow the steps of the Prophet. They call him a prophet, right? But he have no prophecy. Except stupid ones, and we laugh at them. So if you follow the steps of Islam, you have to do what Muhammad do. But don't worry, Jibreel, when you climb the mountain, Jibreel will hold you from your pant. And he will say to you, don't do it, don't do it. For sure you are a prophet. According to the story, that every time he went up to the top of the mountain in order to throw himself down, Jibreel would appear before him and say, "Oh Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's messenger, in truth." Whereupon this, his heart would become quiet and he would calm down and go back home. Here you will notice many things, if you are a person who read carefully and deep in thought, that Muhammad not only suffering from mental order, his story is a story of his stupidity. Let me explain to you. Muhammad, he climbed the mountain, but before he climbed, he leave his house. He opened the door, he dress up, he get out, he walk. He arrived to the edge of the mountain. Then he start climbing Himalaya, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours, and then now he's on top. And now the angel will appear to him, not before in the door of the house. No, now he wait until he's in the balcony. He will jump. Where is Allah, the all-knowing? Why Allah let Muhammad climb the mountain? The poor Muhammad, he keep going to the top of the building. Each time he will jump, the angel appear to him, says, "Don't do it. You are truly a prophet of Allah. Go back home." The prophet, he feel better, he go home. What is this? Same time, if this is the sentence he need to hear every few minutes, why you don't keep saying it to him? You write it for him. What is the medication of Muhammad to stop committing suicide? You are truly a prophet of Allah. You are what? You are a prophet of Allah. So Muhammad not only suffering from mental illness, he don't believe himself that he's a prophet of Allah. Read carefully. Why Muhammad trying to commit suicide? The answer is the reason for the problem. How the angel stopped Muhammad from committing suicide? He said to him, he don't say to him, "This is not right, don't do it." No. He knew, the angel, he knew what the problem. He said to him, that Jibreel would appear before him and say, this is what he say, "Oh Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's messenger, in truth." Whereupon his heart would become quiet and would calm down. And look at the word calm down. The Muhammad is like a cow now, going crazy. "Leave me alone. I want to jump. I want to jump. Don't hold me." So he would calm down and would return home. Muslims, how come reading Quran did not help Muhammad? How come Allah could not help Muhammad? Because as you see here, it's not Allah who really helped him. He sent him an angel saying to him, "Okay, don't do it, man. You are a prophet. Come on. Don't do that." Imagine you go to the clinic, you have a shrink. And you want to kill yourself. You want to kill yourself. You want to kill yourself. And then the doctor says, "Come on, you're a prophet. in truth, okay? Oh, okay, thank you for telling me. Okay, I will go home now. Thank you, doctor, I feel better. Yeah, I'm prophet, yeah. Yeah, he go home, second day he come, he want to do the same thing. Who is the stupid here? Who is the stupid here? So here we notice that Islam could not even help the Prophet of Islam to stop from committing suicide. This is a person who he is the one who made the Quran. He is the one who come with the Quran. He is the one who hear the Quran. How many videos we saw? A Catholic reaction to the Quran, and the guy, he says, wow, amazing. A Catholic, she converted to Islam after she heard the Quran. Muhammad, he commits suicide after reading the Quran. The Quran did not bring happiness to Muhammad. As you see, the guy is going crazy. And there is tons of reference about that. Now I want to show you another hilarious face of Islam when they speak about depression and happiness. Even the Muslims are the only one can face Corona. There's no other religion can fight Corona. Nobody. This is a guy who he claimed that he have, he knows about Islam, but he's a potato, he targeted Christians who know nothing about their belief to fool them. That's why we say to the Christians who they are lazy, help us so we can fight the deception of this cult. So, Islamic hygiene and modern science. Maybe Muhammad was infected by a disease, that's why he tried to commit suicide. Maybe a virus, Corona, get in his head. Like what happened exactly? The Muslim, they try to prove to you their best that Islam is the only religion can fight Corona. How?
To our second episode, where we learn about Islam and Muslims from Muslims. And inshallah today, our topic
is the connection. And why are we having this show, especially in these times, in the age of coronavirus? What is the connection between Islam and coronavirus? And
what the connection between Islam and coronavirus? That's a good question. Listen, Muslims, it's not me who's asking. This is you. What is the connection between Islam and coronavirus? I mean, this is the most silly, stupid statement ever I can hear. What is the connection, brothers and sisters, between Islam and coronavirus? Well, there is a lot of connection. Here we go. You just say that yourself.
Modern science, people may be curious.
Modern science, yeah.
But in fact, inshallah, in this half an hour of show, you'll be amazed to find out.
I will be amazed. I will be amazed. Somebody saying why you did fake Sabil Ahmed debate. My friend, stop talking about fake, because if somebody called me, have his voice, and we thought it is him, and it's turned out to be him, that is a stupid excuse for you and for him to run away from debating me. What about you give me right now his Paltalk or Skype, and I will call him right now, and then we will have a real debate. Coward. This guy, he speaks to people online. How come he don't dare to speak to me? So the coward is the one who claim, I did not debate Christian Prince, but why you don't do it then? Do it, get him busted. All of you are a bunch of cowards. Now listen carefully to this coward. Lying to you about his religion, claiming that Islam is hygiene religion, is it?
That not only there is a connection, but I would say that our modern science is catching up to the Islamic hygiene. It's catching up to the Islamic etiquettes, Islamic solutions, preventive measures, and recommendations. Right? So for all of these reasons, that's the reason we are doing today's show, which is Islam and modern science, right? Inshallah.
And especially now with what's going on, many of
brothers and sisters, after you finish listening to Dr. Shabir Ahmed and his brother, you will find a solution for Corona. That's it. Do you know how many Muslims they are flying over to Serbia to get the Russian vaccine every day for free? For free. The Serbian government, they are giving them for free. The Russian vaccine is #1 vaccine, and they are desperate to have it. But brother, the prophet, he can fight corona.
Of us are at home because of COVID-19, the coronavirus, and let's take a look at what our faith has to say about hygiene and how it kind of compares with modern science and what we are hearing currently from the CDC. And
exactly. When it comes to Islam gives a comprehensive way of life. We say that Allah, the Creator, has given us comprehensive guidance in solutions to humanity. He has given,
like beating your wife, killing Christians and Jews, drinking camel urine. All of this is very healthy. And by the way, United Nations, they issue many times every year, they issue a warning for Islamic countries about not to drink not only camel milk, not only camel urine, even camel milk is very dangerous. The only religion let me find the difference. Non-stop, the United Nations keeps sending messages to Islamic countries: don't drink, don't. Camel urine, camel milk, it is not healthy. Actually, it's spread very good in this urine. All kinds of viruses. Stop drinking camel urine, World Health Organization says. The only religion who forbid wine and they encourage drinking camel urine is Islam, and they speak about hygiene. I mean, do you see how much hygiene you have in your mouth? And if you see how Muslims even they drink the camel urine, you will not believe it. You will not believe it. Let me see if I can find you some videos. Okay. Are you ready? I'm trying to show you something not too much crazy. Let's see. The camel urine cult. Let us see here. I want to show you how to drink it. Where is the video? Hold on. There's tons of videos, but there is some of them, they are really extremely funny and stupid. Hold on. Just let me zoom in without playing the video. Imagine this. This guy, he is in love with it. Obviously, it tastes so good. It tastes so good, brother. So when they speak to us about hygiene in Islam, how much accurate what they say? Let me forward this video a little bit. I made a video about it before. You can go and see it. But just to show you how all of Islam is nothing but a lie. The Prophet, he says, Allah loved those who purify themselves. Okay, how Muslim purify themselves?
And Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in one of his famous narrations, he said, right, Yasser, you remember this from Sunday school?
Yes, I do remember it.
Yeah, me too. Cleanliness is half of the faith, right? Wow.
Cleanliness is half of the faith. Let us not to waste your time and see how we can fight depression, how we can fight corona, how we can have hygiene. The answer is by the Prophet. Who is the one to follow? The Muslim, they say, the Prophet. Those people, they call themselves Sunni. Sunni mean they are following the practice and the words of Muhammad, exactly, word by word. Let us see how Muhammad used to clean himself. Muhammad, he used to jump in water full of dead dogs and women blood from period. And the water described in the Islamic hadith as a stinking. Do you see, this is not my Muslim translation. This is not my translation. And this is Sahih, by the way. Like in Arabic here it says Sahih. This is Sahih. So they make videos for you about Islamic hygiene. Is it from the hygiene to drink from the penis of the camel? And to drink camel urine, which is full of diseases and bacteria and viruses? Abu Sa'id al-Khudri said that some people ask Allah Messenger, are you performing ablution? The guy in the videos, Sabil, he said, the Prophet, he says, the best of us, half of Islam is purifying yourself. Half of Islam is purifying yourself, which like doing ablution. But let us see how you do it. So they are asking him about ablution out of well of Bid'ah. The reason it's called Bid'ah because this is the name of the garbage, which was a well which with menstrual clothes, dead dogs, and stinking things were thrown. He replied, water is pure and not defiled by anything. Do you see it? This is a well of water, which is not a well of water no more. You see, this is not really a well of water. It's like used to be maybe in one time, there used to be water coming from it. But now it became a hole in the ground and all dirty water of the town go there. And this is why people, they throw garbage in it and they throw dead dogs. Remember, this is a desert. And water for them is priceless. So nobody will throw garbage and dead dogs and women, period, in such a place unless there's no benefit of it. There's no water there. It is only water from dirt. So Muhammad is jumping in the middle of a water full of dogs, dead dogs, not dogs, and women blood from period. And stinky things in it, all the garbage. And they ask him, how in the world do you do such a thing? He said that water is always pure. Is that the hygiene Muslims you follow? How many of you jump in a water, have dead dogs and women blood from period and garbage? And here you notice that when the Muslims, they try to present to us a solution for health, mental health, Islam is itself is a mental problem. Because when a religion make you believe that your mother, she is the devil, your sister, she is the devil, every woman, she is the devil, make you believe that beating women is the right way to live, which will destroy the family, will have unhealthy family, unhealthy children, unhealthy generation. When you teach people that everyone is not a Muslim, he's an animal, he is a worth of the creatures, he is a cattle, you hate everybody. When you say to the Muslims, you cannot even take your mothers and your father and your daughter and your son and your brother as a friends. Islam implemented hatred in the heart of every Muslim toward others. So how that can be healthy? So Islam not only proven to be unhealthy mentally, spiritually, Islam proven to be unhealthy physically. I challenge any Muslim to make a video of him taking a shower like Muhammad or doing ablution like this. Who is a Muslim will go in a jacuzzi 6 foot wide in the height of your pubic area, full of dead dogs and women blood from period, and he is willing to do ablution in the middle of it? Any Muslim? And by the way, this is the reference for the size of this place. I'm not making things up, as you see. Read it carefully. The size of this thing is described in the front of us. Worf Zoid, he's saying, CP existence is an insult to everybody intellect. Well, I don't know about intellect. We can talk about that too if you want. I mean, your prophet is the only one who finds the solution for women treatment who they are disobedience by beating them. And that's supposed he will make her obedient. Your prophet is the one who came with the science of intellect that if a man have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy and he will look like the father. If the women have orgasm first, the baby will be a girl, will look like the mother. It's your prophet who come with the intellect knowledge that the sperm coming from the ribs of the women and the backbone of the man. It's your prophet who come with the intellect knowledge that hail is coming from mountains in heaven and Allah, he break it and he throw it at us. So obviously you know what you are saying, no? I agree with you. And as long as you are talking about insult, I never heard of a Muslim, as an example from Egypt, they talk about the Egyptian civilization. We have amazing civilization, and I'm Egyptian. Do you know that your prophet, he says, the one who proud about his inheritance before Islam, go and tell him, go and bite the penis of your father? So all of you who is proud about his culture before Islam, you should go and bite the penis of your father. This is the word of a holy prophet, from a holy mouth, from a holy tongue of a holy prophet. His name is Muhammad. So don't go around and say, you see, we are Egyptian. You are not. You are Islamic invasion to Egypt. The true Egyptians are the Coptic Christians there. Not the Roman, not the Arab, the Coptic. Same for Syria, same for Iraq, same for Iraq is the land of the Assyrian, Syria is the land of the Syrian, and their language is Syrian, Aramaic, Syriac. Even the name of the country is coming from their language, not Arabic. When a Muhammadan, he said to us that Islam is a religion of hygiene, and then we find that their prophet is jumping in a jacuzzi full of dead dogs and women of blood from period, and even the Muslim, they describe it as a stinky. And then the prophet, he come with the science and the knowledge coming from Allah that water is always pure. Do you know how much water we have in the sewage? The sewage is maybe 95% of it is water. I mean, even a human being, if you dry him, if you burn him, what is going to be left? His ashes is not even maybe half kilograms, or maybe a kilograms, which means most of you is water. So if water is always pure, how in the world Muhammad can be saying such a thing, explaining why he is jumping in a dead dog's field? Here you read with me carefully how big the size of the thing. You know the thing. Abu Dawood said I measured breadth of the well of Buddha with my sheet, which I stretch over it. I then measure it with the hand. It's measured 6 cubits in breadth. And I asked the man who opened the door of the garden, etc. And you know, it reached to your private part, as you see. He replied, how high it goes? The highest. He says the level is to your pubic area. So it's a very small, tiny body of water, and Muhammad is jumping there. Now, I see some Muslims saying, call me. I'm going to open my paltalk for the brave Muslims who have big mouth, claiming that they can talk to me. And the one who's saying to me about those guy and that guy, none of them dare to call. Did you ask yourself why Zakir Naik don't accept to debate me? He don't accept because that will be the end of his career. I welcome everybody to call me. I can call you. You will never do that. The only one who do that is a person who is doing a mistake. Like the guy, his name Nader Ahmad, he called me. This guy, he keep going around saying, Christian Prince, he run away from debating me. You're just a kid. Okay, here we go. We call you. What happened? People are laughing at you. Okay, we have a Muslim. His name is Tawfiq. Are you a Muslim? Let us see first. You have an Arabic name. Only Muslim, please text me. And don't text me saying God bless you and those things. I will block you. Okay, we have, until now I don't see any Muslim texting me. Okay, we have Tawfiq. Let us call him. You have to upgrade your paltalk, my friend, Mr. Tawfiq. Where is the Muslims in the chat? Who is going to call me? Who is a Muslim? He can answer anything we said today. Zakir Naik, he said it clearly, that committing suicide is a sign of depression and mental illness. He said that, not me. Your prophet, he did so. He tried to commit suicide many times. Who is going to answer that? Sabil Ahmad, he said that Islamic religion teach hygiene. The prophet, he jumped with dead dogs, women blood, menstruation rags, garbage stinking smell, water. And even you Muslim, you describe it as that, not me. How that can be a hygiene? Your prophet encouraged you to drink camel urine. Doctors, United Nations, they ask you, they beg you not to drink even camel milk because it's dangerous. Not only camel urine. How come Muhammad, everything he say is wrong? Do we have any Muslim would like to call us? Look how many Muslims we have in the chat, but I don't know. I mean, look, they are not so much confidence about their religion. Why you don't call this Sabil Ahmad and tell him, hey, Christian Prince is saying he would love. Actually, he made a video. I did not debate him, brothers and sisters. Everybody knows this is not my voice. Okay, go call him. Make it happen. You don't dare. Anyone? Who is a Muslim? He is proud to be a Muslim, and I will speak to you nicely. You see, I'm a person. I speak to you nicely when you speak to me nicely. If you are rude, you want to insult me, don't play that game. We are Middle Eastern. Nobody can beat us with being rude, if you want to be rude with me. So, if you are a person who respects himself, you like to talk nicely, and show us something good about Islam, I will be happy to hear you. Who want to do it? Who want to do it? We have many Muslims here. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Open it challenge for Don't change my topic, Mr. Tony. One of the funny things about people when they come, I don't know, Muslims or Christians, some of them, they are, you know, suffering from the flight of thoughts. Like somebody told you that here, you know, like you talk about everything at the same time. Well, talk about urine. You want to talk about Jesus? What's wrong with you? Yes. Yeah, if Paltalk does not work in your phone, use your computer, please. This program actually is made for computer, not for phone, but because smartphones became most popular, so now you have it in the computer, in the phone. And you know, going back, we don't want to forget when Zakir Naik, he speak about depression, and we show you Muhammad suffering from mental illness, obviously, and he tried to kill himself many times. And Zakir Naik, he is the one who mentioned that it's a sign of mental disorder. What about Muhammad being bewitched? Any Muslim can tell me, is that a mental disorder or this is true? Somebody took some hair from Muhammad, and Muhammad, he decided to tell the people the truth, that he is bewitched. Question to the Muslims. When the Prophet was bewitched, is that a sign of mental disorder? Any Muslim? If there is nikah in the Bible, I challenge you to show me. You want to show me a translation? The Muslims, they say that the word nikah exists in the Bible, and then they show you a translation, I don't know if it's true or not, made by somebody from Germany or somewhere. This is not, you don't even know Arabic very well, obviously. Obviously, this guy, maybe he's studying Islamic school, and they told him nikah, this is what we use for marriage, which is stupid to use because this is the F word. So I challenge you to find me where is the nikah in the Bible. This is a very filthy word. And not only that, I can show you from the reference, your Islamic reference. As an example, your Prophet, he cursed the one who do nikah to his hand. Do you marry your hand? Your Prophet, he described nikah in heaven to your wives. They are already your wives. But what you are doing nikah. Do you want to show you the reference? Call me. We can change the topic for you. Be a man. You see, those cowards who claim to have answers, why you don't call me and get me busted in front of everybody? You don't have marriage in Islam. You have nikah. Therefore, yeah, all of us, we are running away from you Muslims. I mean, who don't run away from Muslims? Muslims, they run away from Muslims themselves. If you go to the Middle East, you will find a Muslim, he is willing to spend millions to buy a house between the Christians. Go check them out. Muslims don't like to live between Muslims. If a Muslim man, he want to send his daughter to school, he will send her to a Catholic school, not to a Muslim school, if she is rich. Because he don't trust them. And yet they say to you, the Catholic are perverted, there is a child molester. Their Prophet is the child molester #1 in the world. You see, in Christianity, if somebody is filthy, this is his filth. But in Islam, this is Allah's filth. Why? Because Allah Prophet said that when somebody do filth, it was not his choice, it was Allah who forced him to do filth, including sex with kids. Verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in, and which he of necessity must commit. Do you see it? So every adultery a human being he do, according to Islam, it is something Allah He wrote for you in your destiny, and it's not your choice to choose to do or not to do. So if a man sleep with the women, if a woman sleep with the man, if a man rape a child, if a man rape a woman, if a man he rape a donkey, this is not his sin. This is a sin Allah forced him to commit of necessity. The proof in front of you. Prove me wrong. And this is Sahih Muslim. Hello? Hello? Mr. Tawfiq, I don't hear you. Are you there? You need to fix your mic, my friend.
Hello.
Yes, my friend, I hear you. Go ahead.
This is Zakir.
Tawfiq, mute YouTube, please. Mute
Yes,
YouTube.
hello.
You can keep YouTube running if you want, but mute it so we don't have double voice.
Okay, wait. Let me mute it first.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I hear you, my friend. Go ahead. What do you like to say to us? You are welcome first. We welcome you. And we hope that we will have a good discussion, me and you together today.
Okay. First, I really like your contents because it helps me a lot. You know, I was born as a Muslim, and since I was, you had to hate everyone who's a Muslim, you know.
Okay.
Like, I never met a Christian or a Jew before until middle school, but all I see about them is they are not a human being. They are just you know what, the fuel of hell. They are just Ahlun Nar, the people of hell. So that's why as a not human, but you know, and when I grow old, you know, when I was in college, I started to think about it, and it makes me so disgusted, you know, with my own religion. I cannot believe in such a thing. They teach me how to hate, you know. I don't know. I just confused with it, and actually I want to make myself clear about my condition right now, about my faith.
Okay.
Right now, whether I should stay here or not, because you know, there's a lot of things to pay, to consider if I even question about Islam. My family, my parents who always hate the Christian, the Jews. I don't know what's the reaction of them to know if I even question about Islam, you know.
So
I don't know. I don't know, sir.
So now you are a Muslim, right? Still as a Muslim, or you decide to leave Islam, or not yet? What's the situation now?
Yes. I still am Muslim.
Okay.
I still a Muslim, but I adopted.
Okay, Tawfiq, let me help you. What is still holding you to be a Muslim? If there is something making you think, okay, maybe there is truth there. Like what? Maybe I can help you in that point. Like, what is holding you from leaving Islam yet?
It's not. It's just my parents, my family, my.
So there's nothing in the religion itself holding
What will they do?
It's just,
I don't know.
it's just the parents. So the religion itself, you know, for you, it's clear for you it is false.
Yes. You know, I studied a lot since I was in high school until I was in college. You know, and the deeper I know about Islam, the more I feel there's something fishy about it. like how the hell I would go to heaven, where the heaven is just like red distance. I think that heaven shouldn't be like that. How can I not get bored in such a place that every time I do sex, even in today, word, if I fuck with someone with someone for hours, it would makes me bored. Of course, a happiness that continues time, it just makes you bored. And Muhammad just proposed me something that will make me bored, and I don't believe it's heaven. So no more in Islam itself that holds me to be Muslim, except my family.
So, what I understand from you, that's, you say you are a Muslim, but in fact you are not, because you don't believe in anything Islam believe in, correct? So, technically, you are not a Muslim. You are just a Muslim by name now.
Yeah, but I don't. Yes.
Okay.
Because I don't want anybody else to find that. I live in Indonesia when almost all of people from here is Muslim, and back when I was in my village where I was born, 100% of its citizens is Muslim.
Yeah. Well,
I'm afraid.
I have some encounter with a Muslim from Indonesia. If you remember, if you remember, there's a guy who offered me 5 BMW if I can answer him. I don't know if you watched the video. He claimed to be a sheikh, but he's a potato. And Islam is very easy, a stupid cult to expose. You do not need to be a genius to know Islam is stupid. I mean, what kind of religion, as you said? Okay, there's a God. He promised me if I pray for him 5 times, and if I kill some Christians and Jews, then he will make my penis English, and he will give me a woman her vagina fit for that, which means English vagina too, but she is still skinny. And then compared to the height, she will be 30 miles tall, and then she will be 1 arm wide, but yet her vagina is in this. I mean, how that can be? And the top of that, this God, he promised me big boobs in the heaven engraved, and then a bracelet of gold and silver. I mean, how silly, how stupid. Bracelet of gold and silver. I will be able, hey, if you believe in me, I will give you bracelet of gold and a bracelet of silver, because he don't know what he said before. So sometimes he says gold, sometimes he says silver. So here you see the promises of this religion, the reward, exposing the stupidity of this religion. How somebody promised me a cloth is made by the Iranian, استبرق in Arabic, it says here, أولئك لهم جنات عدن تجري من تحتهم الأنهار. Okay, يحلون فيها من أساور من ذهب ويلبسون ثيابا خضرا ومن سندس واستبرق. Have you ever heard of a god? Stabrak is a very well-known silk brand at that time. It's like saying Gucci. Have you ever heard of a god? He will say to you, I will give you Gucci, and then I will give you a bracelet of gold. What is, I mean, is that God, or this is like a guy doing bargain? If you follow me, I will give you a bracelet of gold and this clothes, okay? I will give you a lot of food, open buffet, and a lot of sex. This is no question a satanic cult. Where is the holy God is talking? I don't see holiness. And what is the price and what is the value of gold in heaven? Correct, my friend? Who care about gold? I mean, actually, a man who wear gold, a man who wear gold, for me, he doesn't sound like I don't know. This is personal, but for me, a man wearing gold in his hand doesn't sound right for me. I mean, why? You want to be pretty? You know what I mean? He have a bracelet, and not a ring, a bracelet. Why you want to wear a bracelet?
Yeah.
So promising me some gold. I mean, in America, gold is very cheap. You can go and get a bracelet of gold for $100. So what is this promise is about? But at that time, those poor people, they dream. Those are the Arab who live in a tent. So what he promised them? He promised them that you will sit in the couches. The Arab, they don't have couches. They sleep in the ground. The couches is for the Roman, for the Persian who have nice life. So what he promised them? You will have palace, and you will have 80,000 little boys to serve you. Have you ever heard of a God promising you little boys in heaven? And the Muslims, they say those are servants. Child abuse in heaven. Because this child abuse, and why in the world me or Tawfiq would like to have children serving him? I mean, heaven cannot be heaven unless there's 80,000 little child. Guys, imagine 80,000 child, and they are doing what? According to Muslims, they are serving me. What is this? So my friend Tawfiq, let us, as long as I do not need to convince you that Islam is false. What about Christianity? What do you think about Christianity?
I don't know. Actually, Christianity, it sounds, if I look into the person itself, I mean, Jesus, Christian version, he's just too good, to be a person. He never commit sin, as I know, and he teach love, but there's some problem for me to think that he's God. Just imagine.
Yeah, Tawfiq, share with me the problem you think about Christianity. If you think there's a problem.
Yes.
Share with me if you think there's a problem for you to believe in Christianity. What is the problem? Maybe I can help you.
Yes, I just imagine if today I'm going to mall and then suddenly someone came to me and tell me that, hey dude, I'm God. What? Like, what? You are people, you're human, and you tell me that you're God.
Yeah, you're right. We should not believe such a person.
How can I accept that? Every day I go to the mall, every day I go everywhere, and suddenly someone just come to me and say, I'm God.
Yeah.
What?
But Tawfiq, how we knew if somebody, okay, I understand what you are saying. And this is actually what happened to the Jews in the time of Jesus, because like he said to them, before Abraham I am. So they said to him, how you can be before Abraham, and all the prophets they die, and Abraham he died too. So they do not understand that what we see, they see a man in front of them. But Tawfiq, don't you agree with me that anyone can say, I am God? Anyone. I can say that. You can say that, right?
Yes.
And through history, there is people that claim to be gods or they claim to be prophets, but Jesus is different. Why? Because even the stupid book of Muhammad confirm that Jesus have endless numbers of amazing miracles. So when Jesus said to the blind man, when the Jews they came to him, and Jesus said to them, he said to the man, go and your sin is forgiven. Go and your sin is forgiven. The Quran confirmed that no one can forgive sin save God, correct? Nobody can forgive sin.
Yes.
So when Jesus said to him, go and your sin is forgiven. And then the Jews, they were thinking in their head, what this person is talking about? He's just a man. A man cannot forgive sin. How you say such a thing? And this is you can go and read chapter 7, verse number 48, or chapter 9, Matthew chapter 9. So, how you say such a thing? Go and your sin is forgiven. Jesus said to them, even they did not ask the question, by the way, but he can read their mind. He said, which one is easier? Say to you, or say to him, go and your sin is forgiven, or stand up and walk. Remember, this is a guy who cannot walk all his life. You know what I mean, Tawfiq? Do you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
So the person he cannot walk, he's in disability. He's in disability. You know, he's in disability. So talk is cheap. I can say to you, oh, okay, your sin is forgiven, claiming that I am God. You know, I can say that. And the funny, the Muslims, they say to us, where Jesus says, I am God, worship me, right? The Quran confirm. The Quran says, who forgives sin save Allah? Nobody forgives sin save Allah. So Jesus said to him, go on, your sin is forgiven. And when the Jews, they were questioning him in their mind, they did not even say. He said to them, which one is easier? Say to him, your sin is forgiven, or stand up and walk. You know what I mean?
My friend.
So Jesus, I'm trying to explain to you that Jesus, not only a person who says he's God, he did what God do. Is it possible for me and you as a human being to tell a man who is disabled all his life, stand up and walk, and he will walk? What do you think? Is that possible?
I don't know. That's just, I just want to say, what if this is some kind of like magic?
First of all, magic does not exist. I mean, the magic, I mean, even the Old Testament mentioned the word magic, but magic simply
black magic.
The enemy of God, they think the miracle of Moses is a magic. Why? Because they could not understand how he do it. This must be a trick. But the guy is disabled all his life. What about the blind man? I mean, can you make somebody is blind magic? There's nothing that's called magic, my friend. There's nothing that's called magic. Is somebody he can do. He can trick you. Let's say he's very fast in the movement. Or even some of them, they have an ability to, they use some skills of hiding things, like they use a black behind between. Like there's videos on YouTube showing you how all this magic is done. Most of it, like how the guy he hide a building behind him. Nobody can see it, but it's a trick. So there's a huge difference between this and someone, he make a blind see. That is cannot be the guy is a blind. He's born as a blind. What magic is that? He did not give him medicine. It's just a guy in the street, and he is walking by. He says, Lord, help me. That's it. What you want? What do you want? He said to him, I want to see. The blind man did not ask Jesus for food, which is very strange, because a blind man is a person who is begging for making living. He's disabled. He cannot go around. But Jesus, he made the blind man see. So in order to do that, and you are just a man, and then if we want to explain that by saying this is a magic, well, we need to prove that it was a magic. We need to prove that this was a false blind man then, because there's no such a thing as called magic. You know, my friend Tawfiq, if magic exists, Muslims in their countries, they have people who practice magic. Okay, control the one in the White House, he will control all the world. Correct? Just control him. Play some magic on him. You know what I mean? If there's somebody can, like, you know, you see those people who read the future.
Yeah, but we Indonesian.
Yeah, you Indonesian, you believe too much.
Yeah, I mean, we Indonesian or believe it.
Yeah, but magic is a lie, my friend. Believing in it doesn't make it true. Magic is a lie, and the Quran promotes this belief that magic exists. There's no such a thing, you know. We believe, for us as a Christian, that you can be possessed by the demon, but that is not a magic. That's an evil spirit. But magic is something else. Somebody, he say, like,
it's different.
Yeah, magic is something different. So somebody, he say a few words, he learn, like if you go to the Quran, just to show you even the stupidity here. As long as you believe in magic, as an Indonesian, how magic came down to the earth? Do you know who is where the magic is coming from, the source of it? Do you know?
I don't know. We believe it's some kind of gene.
Okay.
Gene.
Is magic is satanic or it's from God?
Hold up.
Is it magic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is it satanic or from God, magic?
I don't know. Some people get it by praying, by fasting a lot, by dhikr,
No. See, magic.
I don't know. And some people just doing it just by
according to the Quran, Tawfiq, Allah, He sent two angels, their name is Harut and Marut, to open a school of Harry Potter in the Babylon Tower. And this can be found in chapter 2, verse 102. So Allah, He sent two angels, their name is Harut, and they went down in the Babylon Tower, and they opened a school to teach magic. That is coming from the legends of the ancient, way before Islam. That there's God, He sent two angels, and those angels, they used the elevator to God, which is made in the Babylon Tower, and they came down and they taught people how to do magic. This is exactly what the Quran is saying, word by word, and the verses are in front of you. That is very stupid thing to believe in, and far away from the intelligence of a human being. Because if magic is true, if magic is true, how many women they wish to marry a man, as an example, or a man he wished to marry a woman, or what he need to do some magic for her, she will marry him, she will love him. Very simple. Okay, how many Muslims they are practicing magic? Okay, make magic on me and make me tomorrow come in the morning and say Muhammad is a prophet. Do it. You know what I mean? This is very silly, because if the magic, if something is called magic is true, those who have the knowledge of magic, they can control all the world. All of it, with no exception. I mean, how there is somebody can practice magic, but he cannot put magic on me to make me believe in magic. At least, you know what I mean? If magic is true, the one who believe in, or the one who practice magic, okay, make magic on me and make me believe in magic. Right, I'm listening. Go and say Christian Prince, Harut, Marut, Chatatut, okay? And now Christian Prince, you start, guys, I believe magic is true. Okay, what happened, Christian Prince? A second ago you were saying it's not true. Because I don't know what happened. Come on, that's not right. Use your brain.
Yes.
So the Quran is a religion of magic and Harry Potter, because this is a stupid cult. Even the Arab, they keep saying to Muhammad, this is nothing but the fairy tales of the ancient. It's mentioned many times in the Quran. Now, we took the magic in the side, and we learned that the magic is made by Harry Potter Allah, according to the Muslims. And I encourage you not to believe in it no more. Do you agree with me that magic is false? What do you think? Still you are convinced with magic?
I don't have something to disagree with.
I understand.
I mean, CP. Can I ask you something?
Sure, go ahead.
It's about Muhammad, right? I know something about him that said love the orphans.
Love orphan?
Is it
love orphan?
Is it good from him?
Muhammad, he never said do good to the orphan.
Yeah, love the orphan, right?
Oh, he said no. He said have F the orphan. To F the orphan. Since when? Effing the orphan is love. Like there's verses in the Quran speak about the orphan to be good to them.
Tell me that you have to be good to the orphan.
No, okay, he said he can be good to the orphan, correct? Okay, let us see. But if you go to chapter 4, verse number 3, he explained to you how to be good to the orphan is by to F them, to do nikah. Okay, And if you feel that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls, then do nikah to a woman of your choice. Okay, have you ever heard of a charity? And the charity is saying, if you are an orphan, you have to take off your clothes for me and your panty and go to the bed. And in return, I will feed you. I will give you a shelter. Is that how you do it with the orphan? Orphan mean they are children, they are kids, correct? We don't say orphan for someone who is 20. 20, a woman, she is 20 years old, she is not an orphan, correct? When we say orphan, what orphan mean? Somebody is a child, right? You know.
Yeah,
Okay, so be good to the orphan. Muhammad, he said that many times. Okay,
yeah,
that's wonderful.
Right?
So be good to the orphan. Muhammad, he said that, and we agree he said that. But how? By raping them. In different, the Quran says, give them their money, etc. No problem. Okay, give them their money. But that's what the Arab used to do before too. Isn't it Muhammad himself? He was an orphan, and the Arab who they are pagan, they take care of him. Even they send him to a nursing woman. They send him to different tribe because no woman she can give him milk according to Muslims. So they take care of the orphan. Arab before Islam, they take care of the orphan. Muhammad, he have no father, he have no mother, according to Muslims. They die when he was a kid. What they did to him? They throw him in the street? No. So the Arab before Islam, and they are pagan, they take care of the orphan. Wonderful. Muhammad in the Quran, in chapter 4, verse number 3, says, if you cannot be just with the orphan, then go and do if 2 and 3 women or 4 of your choice. Okay, what does this have to do with this? What the orphan have to do if you cannot be just to them? Go and marry or do nikah, according to Muslim, they call it marriage, to 2 or 3 or 4 women. Is that how you do charity to an orphan? But as you know, Islam promote having sex with the children. Muhammad himself, he have sex with a child. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how you are a person who care for the orphan? A person who care for the orphan is mean a person who have a heart for the children. Correct? How your heart, how ugly the heart of a person to go after a child sexually. So if you want to help a child who is an orphan, the last thing you will think about is to rape the child. How that can be from God? What else, Tawfiq, can I help you with?
I mean, nothing good left from like that, so nothing good from Islam left. I thought it's the only thing that they good at. Okay, I'm a Muslim. I kiss a black stone, although I haven't go hard yet. But at least I love orphan, you know. But you just say that Muhammad want to fuck him, fuck her.
Yeah, let us use the F word instead of using the filthy word. So, what about Muhammad having sex with Aisha? What is the excuse?
I don't have excuse.
Yeah.
I know right from the beginning when I know about that fact, I feel something's wrong with him, you know, and many Muslims are better than Muhammad, even before I question about Islam. Just
yeah, well,
you know, someone else is better to be a prophet than him. You know. I feel,
you know, even Muhammad, even he cursed the orphans. You know, he have many tons of stories about. At the same time, the Muslim, they try to present to you Muhammad. So Islam have two faces. Muslim, they promote a face of it, like Muhammad say good things about orphan, be good to them, give them their money, give them their inheritance, etc. But then they will not show you the ugly side of Muhammad, because how we can be good to the orphan? How we practice that exactly? A Muslim, he says to you that a Muslim, he been ordered even to be good to the Christians, when the Quran says it clearly, kill them wherever you find them and humiliate them until they pay jizya. So imagine if you are a Muslim, and we are the Christians who believe in this, not you. So imagine if Indonesia, all of it is Christian country, and those Indonesian Christians believe that they should humiliate you. Is that fair? Just because you are a Muslim. Just because you are a Muslim. You refuse to believe in Jesus. So now the Christians, they will practice humiliation upon you, and this can be found in the Quran chapter 9 verse 29. They have to pay the jizya, and the Muslim, they lied, they said this is a tax. All of us, we knew that jizya is a penalty, and the verse says it clearly, with humiliation, subdued. So Islam not only promote hatred, Islam promote discrimination mentally, spiritually, and physically. And actually, Islam promote physical harm on Muslims. I don't know if you remember the story of the guy who did a theft. You remember the story? A guy who did a theft. Muhammad, he said to them, go and kill him.
Which one?
There's a hadith. There's a hadith where a guy he stole something, so they brought him to Muhammad, and Muhammad, he said to them, go and kill him. They said the Prophet of Allah, but he just commit theft, you know, how we kill him? So the guy, he came again, they cut his hand. So they practice Islam on him, and they cut his hand. Second time he come, the guy, they brought him, and he steal again. He said to them, kill him. The Muslim, they said to him, but Prophet, but he did not kill anyone, he just steal. So he said, okay, cut his hand. So cut his foot now, because they cut his right hand, and now they will cut his left foot. And the guy, the story keeps saying that the guy, he stole first time, they cut his right hand. Second time, he cut his left foot. He stole for the third time, they cut his left hand. Listen carefully. And then he stole for the fourth time. For what? For the fourth time. So now the guy, he have no hands, he have no feet. He have no hands, he have no feet. Okay. The Muslim, they say Islam is a religion of sense. Islam is made, the punishment is made to prevent people from doing wrong. But when you cut the hand of a human being, and Muhammad, he made it clear, for an egg and more, for an egg and more. What this guy after that will do for a living? Nothing, because nobody will hire him. And then you cut his foot. What this guy will do for a living? He cannot now, he lost one hand and he lost one foot. Either he will be a beggar in the street, or he have to be a thief. Then he steal for the fourth time. So now he have no hands, he have no hands, and he have no feet. And guess what? He stole again for the fifth time. Have you ever heard of a stupid story like this? How the guy, he have no feet, he have no hands, and he stole for the fifth time. Here we notice something, that Islam is not only violent, stupid cult. Islam is a stupid, disgusting cult practicing what the Arab before Islam, they used to cut the hand of the thief. This is the practice of the pagan Arab. But the Arab, they were smarter than Muhammad. They would not keep cutting your hands and your feet. I mean, the guy he have now, I mean, who in the world can believe in such a garbage story? They want to make Muhammad, he knew what he would do. Muhammad is God. So Muhammad, he knew that at the end we have to kill him. So they come with a story saying that we brought the guy, he stole first time. The Prophet said, kill him. He said, Prophet, but he just stole. He said, okay, cut his hand. So his right hand was cut off. And then he brought second time. And Muhammad, he said, kill him. Muhammad right away, he want to kill the guy. Okay, here you see even Muhammad is being unjust. I mean, are you ordering the killing for somebody just for a theft? Is Muhammad claiming that he is God, he knew the future? And even if you know the future, well, if God who knows the future, who knows future more than God, then he should kill me before I do all my future. So Muhammad says, kill him. They said, but the Prophet, he commits sin, he commits theft. So Muhammad said, okay, cut his left foot, because they cut his right hand already. So the guy now, he have no hand, right hand, he have no left foot. He brought for the third time. I don't know how this guy, he kept stealing, how he can do it. I mean, the guy can't even walk around. He brought for the third time, he said, kill him. But the people said to him, but Prophet, he commit theft. And then he said, okay, so cut his left hand off. So now he have no hands at all, and he have one foot left, the right foot. Okay. And then they brought him for the fourth time. And Muhammad says, kill him. The people says, but he committed theft. So they cut his foot, the last foot he have. And then he brought him for the fifth time, and not the crime is a theft. I mean, who is a crazy in this world who I believe that a guy, he have no hands, he have no feet, still he can steal? And then he stole for the fifth time. And what is the solution? We kill him. Yeah. So Islam is, you know, I believe because Islam is terrifying to you, you are afraid to just let it go. You agree that Islam is false. You agree that Islam is stupid. You agree there's nothing makes sense there. You agree this is not about justice. But because you're afraid of the consequences of the mafia, of the gang, of the terrorist, you're afraid of your family, what they will do to you if you tell them that I am out of Islam. But my friend, with the Messiah, you have no fear. You see, they put bombs for us in the church, we will go tomorrow. They kidnap us, they kill us, they cut the head of a priest, we will go and believe in Christ. People in the time of Christ, they used to be thrown in a hellfire. Even the Quran actually speak about people of Ukhdud. Ukhdud is like there's, you know, they I don't know what the word in English, like they dig a tunnel in the ground, or let us say a hole, and then they put fire in it, and then they bring the Christians and they say to them, stop believing in Christ, otherwise we will burn you. And this can be found in chapter 85, verse number 4. You can read from verse number 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So those Christians who believe in Jesus, they accepted to be burned alive and not to deny Jesus. This is the Quran witnessing for that. And this is a proof that Muhammad is a fraud. Why? Because how somebody believe in Jesus, true believer in Jesus, to the point he is willing to be burned alive, but yet not to deny Jesus, he will accept to corrupt the Bible. You know what I mean? Imagine, I am willing to jump in a fire alive and not to deny Jesus. And then you accuse me later that I am a person who is willing to corrupt the Bible and we corrupt it? Who is a stupid here? A person who is willing to die from his heart. The story witness that with Jesus you have no fear, my friend. If Jesus really in your heart, even if they put a bit of fire in front of you and they say to you, deny Jesus, you will not deny him, and fire will make no harm to you. And when I say no harm, doesn't mean you will not die. No, you will die. But Jesus said, my friend, whoever believe in me and die will live. He said, fear not those who destroy your body, but those who destroy your spirit. So my friend, your spirit is more valuable than the body we hold. This body is temporary. You and me, I don't know how old are you, don't tell me. But sooner or later, you will die and I will die. The Lord, he says, let the dead bury the dead. So are you going to wait until you are dead to accept the Messiah? It's going to be too late. So I invite you, my friend, to accept the Messiah and be the same as those, even the Quran witness about them, who will not even fear fire and death, burning alive for the sake of the Messiah, for they knew that he is the truth and there's no death with him. So I invite you, my friend Tawfiq, to accept the Messiah as your Lord, as your Savior right now.
How to start? How to start?
Very simple.
I'm sorry.
Very simple.
How to start?
Very simple, my friend. In Christianity, we don't, we don't believe in something called like a ritual of God. As much we believe that this is between you and God. So I say to you, say whatever you want to say to Jesus. That whatever you want to word you express, I accept you as my Lord, as my Savior. You're my God. With you I live. Anything you want to say to him, you say. This is Christianity is a special relationship between you and God. It's not a written book. The Bible is not Christianity. The Bible is a book about God. But the Christianity is you being a Christian by following Christ. Christianity is you opening your heart to God and say whatever you want to him. You see, when they asked Jesus how to pray, he said, say like this, our Father art of heaven. So for you as a person who want to believe in Christ, you have to believe first that he is your Father. Our God, he is your Father. And that Father, he have a good heart. He have a lovely heart. He love you. He don't expect from you decorated words, a poetry. You know, you do not need to dress amazingly. He is your maker. He made you wonderful. So you speak to him as you wish. You say to him as you wish. As long it's from your heart, it does count. Anything is just a repeat, like Shahada, is false. So from your heart, what do you like to say to him, Tawfiq? Do you accept him as his Lord? Are you willing to say to him, Christ, you are my Lord, my Savior, I accept you? Say whatever you want. Go ahead.
How to know him first? I want this kind of relationship with God, whoever is he or it. In Islam, I never feel relationship with my Creator, with Allah. No personal relation. So I don't know who is him. Now I want to know who the God is. How just how to know the true God. There's a lot of gods.
No, there's no.
You can call Zeus. You can call.
Yeah, Tawfiq.
But
Tawfiq, there's many false gods. There's only one God.
Yes.
But however, you see, you as a person, think about it carefully. There's God who can be, he want to corrupt me, want to make me a bad person. Islam speaks good in outside. Islam is like a grave, covered by marble, a white marble from outside, but inside is dark. The second you start digging, the second you find out how filthy it is. So ask yourself, if Jesus is not God, how in the world he say love your enemy? Now forget about the miracles he did. Love your enemy. Imagine, Tawfiq, if you and me and all the Muslims in the world and all the Buddhas and all the Christians and all the Hindus, everybody, love his enemies, don't you think this earth became heaven? Just one sentence from him, not a book. Just one sentence of Christ. So love your enemy is how to know God. If you are a person who can practice one sentence of Christ, you know God. You know him very well. The rest is too much talk. For this is the essence of God, is love. Love your enemy. Because if you cannot love your enemy, I mean, you love who? That's mean the love you have is normal animal love. The mother, she loves her child. You know, the cat, she take care of her babies. She's a cat, but still she cared for them. She loved them. She defend them. A chicken, she defend her chick. So God, he put certain kind of love in our heart, like family, ethnic group to each other, tribal, etc. But there is bigger love. This is the love of God, where you forgive so you can be forgiven. So Christianity teach you, my friend, if you want to be with me, the true God, you love me as I love the world. How God he loved the world? God, he loved the world, so he sent his only begotten son to save Tawfiq in Indonesia, even though he's a Muslim, even though he don't believe in Jesus. Yet Jesus came to you, my friend. So by following one sentence of Christ, you know God. He loved the world. Can you love the world like him? Imagine if we say to ourselves, you know what, from now on, I'm not going to hate no one. No Hindus, no Christian, no Jews, no Muslim, no neighbor. I'm not going to hate anyone. I'm going to be a new person. I love everybody. Even those who hate me, I forgive them. Then you are in a different world, actually. You are living like...
It's hard to...
It's very hard, for sure it's very hard. It's not easy. But who said that leaving something, you know, doing bad is very easy? And I think you agree with me. Like, how easy it is to invite people to a party of sex and drinking and drugs. Everybody come. Correct? People like it. Just say to them, okay, who want to go to the casino right now? Everybody will go. Who want to have a flight to the casino, stay for 7 days in Las Vegas? Everybody will go. But if you say, who want to do charity for 7 days, helping old people, how many people will join? How many people will do volunteer to help an old person? Always satanic things is easy. Very easy. Shooting a man or shooting a woman or raping a woman is not really hard. I mean, it takes you some physical action and the guy is dead or the woman is raped. But fixing it is very hard. Actually, you cannot fix it. You can burn a house in a second, but it takes you years to build the house. So nobody is saying to you it's going to be easy. We are not promising you a heaven of flowers around you if you became a Christian. We are saying to you that with Christ you will be a born-again person. And born-again person mean you will still have the same flesh. You will still have the same face. You will still have the same skin. But with Christ you are a new human being, for you see things differently. For you see people around you differently. For even if you are a Christian, you have to love the Muslims. You don't hate them. We don't hate them. We shall not hate them. Even those who says, we want to kill you, we want to... Still, I know that they are fool. And the devil, he deceived them. They need help, not penalty. So with Christ, my friend, you will see how different the level is. You go up with Christ. You go down with Muhammad. Muhammad, you go down, he take you down to your belly and down. Christ, he said, be holy like your father. Be what? Be holy. He's asking you to be holy like God. I mean, come on, asking me to be holy like God. How I can do that? So the mission is impossible, but it's the way to do things, to get better, to go higher. With Christ, he wants you to go up to his level. He wants you to go up. With Muhammad, you go down to the belly and stomach and private part and sexuality. With Christ, you are noble, you are high. You seek holiness. So because you seek holiness, it's not going to be easy. But trust me, the more you seek it, the more you enjoy it. Even if there's pain.
Would you like to pray for me, Siti?
I will pray for you, and I will ask all the 1,000, 200, 300 people who are with us live now to pray to our friend Tawfiq. We pray to the Lord from our heart to keep him safe, to open his eyes, to guide him, to show him the truth. And he said, I am the truth. I am the light. I am the way. I am the door. Knock at me and I will open for you. So my brother Tawfiq, you knock at the door of Christ and he will open for you. It doesn't matter how rich, how poor you are. It doesn't matter if you are white or Asian or black. We are the children of God equally. Nobody is better than anyone. No white is better than a black, and no black is better than Asian, and no Asian is better than any. All of us, we are equal, for we are the children of God. So knock at his door, my friend, and for sure we will pray for you, and we'll pray for everyone who need the prayer. But there's something always you need to remember.
Yes.
We don't practice fake prayer by time. We pray from our heart. So Tawfiq, you pray from your heart, because you are the one who is in pain, and your prayer is priceless, more than somebody do not know your pain. Nobody can feel you, my friend, save the Lord. Whatever you explain to me about how sad you are, how upset you are, I will not feel it, because I'm not you. But the Lord, he can feel you. The Lord, he knew what is in your heart, and he knew if you are truthful or fake. If you if you believe in him or you don't, if you are praying to him from your heart or you don't. So whatever you want in your heart, say to him anytime, not necessarily in certain time. Anytime you are in the bus, you can pray to the Lord. You are standing, you are sitting, you are sleeping, anywhere you can do so. For the Lord is always with you. But are you with him?
I'm coming.
Do you accept him, my friend? Do you accept the Messiah?
No, I'm sorry, I'm coming.
You are what?
I'm coming. I acknowledge, I accept Jesus as my God.
I mean to that.
And I don't know, my friend, I don't know, my God, my friend, my Father, my Savior, and my calmer, my comforter. Please comfort me, God. I accept him.
I mean to that, my friend.
I want to know him more.
I'm very happy for you, Tawfiq. Praise the Lord that he helped you today, not me. He opened your heart and your eyes. He's holding you from your hand, and whoever believes in me and I will never taste death again. So my friend, today you earned life with Jesus forever. The Lord of all lords, the King of all kings. His name is holiness. His word is ever to live, and you will live with him. We pray that, and I ask all the people here to pray to our brother Tawfiq, who is crying from his heart. I'm trying just to give him a break. Pray for him that the Lord will strengthen him, for the mission is hard. Maybe many of you do not know how hard it is to be born of a Muslim family and now you became a Christian. They will discriminate him. They will hate him. They will do whatever they can to stop him. So he needs your prayer, he needs your support. So we pray to the Lord to support our brother here. Don't fear them, Tawfiq. Don't let them put fear in your heart. You are victorious with Jesus. I'm just showing you in front of you a verse in the Quran, witnessing that we, the Christians who follow Jesus, we have no fear even from fire. We have no fear from death. We have fear only from our sin. We have fear only from our corruption. We have fear only from being bad, following someone like Muhammad. And you need to know that the Lord, he knew that you are not perfect. And he knew that you are a sinner. But guess what? I'm a sinner too. But as a Christian, Christianity is a project of holiness. You work toward holiness, but you are not holy. You do your best to be holy, but you are not holy. This is why the Lord, he says, be holy like your Father. It's a project you work in, and today your project just started. And I assure you that from now you are a different person. Anything else you want to share, Tawfiq, with the people here? Do you want to say anything?
I don't know. I feel finally, I'm free. I feel like Islam is a burden for me to stay being a Muslim, even though I know it's false. It's garbage. It's just every day I'm thinking, why I'm still Muslim. I was still Muslim. Why? Just because I'm afraid. Just because I love my parents and I don't want them to be sad. So how to tell them, GP? I mean, my parents is not an educated person. They just graduate from elementary school, I believe. And how in the world I tell them?
First of all, you just said something very important, that you are not educated. But education is not really a high school as much it is how much you know and how much you are ignorant. But all of us at the end of the day are ignorant.
Yeah.
But ignorance have level, there's a human being is always going to be ignorant, doesn't matter how much he knew. But there's a level of ignorance. However, you need to remember always that your education is not about knowing science and is not about knowing how the world is created. This is not really your job and not my job. My education is, how does God, he made me a different person. If they don't believe in this God, say to them, then explain to me how this God changed me. When a person, he go to jail, he convert to Islam. Why? Because Islam is perfectly fit for somebody he loved to be a criminal. Teach you violence, killing, hatred. With Christ, if you become a Christian, would believe in Jesus in jail, you will regret and you will leave all those things. In Islam, you will do the opposite. So the easiest way to tell people that you are a Christian is to show them the fruit of Christ on you. The Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. From their fruits you shall know them. So you go and you will be blessed with the fruit of Jesus. And then you show them the fruit of Jesus within you. So this is something you have to work in yourself. From being a Muslim, like a second ago, we were, you were saying, before we started talking, you said the F word, right? With the Christ, this is not a language we use. Hate is not a language we use. Practicing hate is away from us. You have to forget about all the bad things used to be with you as a Muslim. For today, you are a new person. You are totally a new person. And this new person, he's not going to make speeches about him being a new person. It is your fruit who will show the quality. Your quality is what is the message. How we knew that Jesus is God. Is that a speech? You remember you said that Jesus have no sin, right? So what if Jesus, a person, he used to make good speeches, but he do sin. He speak good, but he do bad. That will not be the one we are looking for, right? So your fruits is the best message.
Yes, Muhammad.
Yeah, you don't, you do not, the fruits. The fruit is very important. A person without fruits, a faith without fruit is a dead faith. So for you, I encourage you to read more from the Bible. We have the Bible, when we say the Bible have 4 books, those are 4 writers that's speaking about Jesus, giving you, let's say, 4 dimensions of the story of Jesus and what Jesus said. And if there, somebody might say to you, Why they are not exactly the same? Because if they are exactly the same, there's no need to write 4 books. One is enough, you know. It's going to be copy for each other. So I invite you to start reading. You can start from the book of Luke or John, it doesn't matter. But I advise you, when you read them, read from your heart, not with your eyes only. You know, the best way to know, even about history, is to imagine yourself there. Like you close your eyes, you imagine I am there. Like there's audio for the Bible, as an example. You can just imagine yourself listening to those verses about Jesus speaking. Imagine yourself, you are there. And think about how deep his words, and you will notice something very important with Christ. That something he said 2,000 years ago is touching you today. It's amazing. You know, I did read the Bible many, many times. And each time I read it, I find myself reading something new. But it's the same words. It's not reading a new book. It's not, I mean, it's the same book. It's the same sentence. It's the same story. But because this is a very spiritual book, speak to you based on your situation. You will see your image there. You will see your story there. When a man, he is blind, he said to Jesus, help me, Lord. And the Lord, he says to him, what do you want? What do you want? But the Lord, he knew what he wanted. He said to him, I want to see. So what about you and me? We are blind and we want to see. Don't ask Jesus for food. He is your provider. Don't ask him for money. That is not going to give you salvation. Ask him to see. So all of us, we are blind. All of us, we claim knowledge, we claim to be intelligent, we claim to be smart, but we do the most silly, stupid things ever. Our life is full of stories of stupidity. But there is only one who don't do that. Is the one who make us see. So my friend, I want you to be continue, or let us say a continue journey with him by reading his book, learning about him, in the same time, always think about yourself as a person who spent his life blind, and he just opened his eye, and that and light will hurt your eyes because you were blind. You were blind, and I was blind. So when we open our eyes for the first time, the light will hurt us. The light will not be easy. Never was easy. And remember one thing. Never deny Jesus. Jesus, the Bible says it clearly. Who is the liar? But who he denied Jesus is the Christ. Who is the Antichrist? He is the one who denied the Father and the Son. So make it clear to yourself that whatever happened, I will not deny him. For that will make me follower of the devil. And this is a very simple advice I say to you. And me, myself, I cannot tell you to be better. You know, just remember one thing, my friend. I'm not saying to you, I'm better than you. If I'm a Christian, doesn't mean you are, I mean, okay, you are just a new Christian, and I am supposed to be an older Christian. But does that mean I'm better than you? No. The best of us is the best fruits we bring to Jesus. And the fruit is loving our enemies, serving everybody around us. Be good to your parents, be good to your neighbors, be good to your enemies, be good to everyone. An enemy who hates you, he hates you because of his ignorance. If you help him, maybe he will love you. You do your duty. You fight hate. All right, my friend. I'm so happy for you, and feel free to call me anytime you want.
Thank you, sir.
I will give you a break. Don't call me sir. I'm no sir. I'm nobody. You know, and there's always something I want you to remember too.
No worries.
Any language you used to use before when you were a Muslim, forget about it. This language you use, like Alhamdulillah, Bismillah, you know. And I know that in the Indonesian Bible, the translation they use the word Allah. Don't use it. Allah isn't our God. You can download the Bible. You can download.
Use Allah.
Correct. This is false translation. This is translation. This is not really a Bible. Even in the Arabic Bible translation, they have the word Allah too. This is a false translation. So what you can do, you can download the Bible, put it in Microsoft Word. Any word that says Allah, put Lord or put Jehovah. Get rid of it. One click by your my mouse in the computer. Anyway, my friend, thank you very much for calling. We are so happy for you. God bless you, and we will pray for you.
God bless. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Take care. And by the way, call me if you have any questions. Anytime. If I am live on air. All right?
Sure.
Okay. Take care. God bless. Take care.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I thought, you know, I thought he is going to debate me, but it turned to be something else. Do we have any Muslim would like to call us? Any Muslim want to say something to prove us wrong in what we said or what Tawfiq he said? Any Muslim? The man, he cannot give you wisdom. Wisdom comes from God. You know, a human being, if you have wisdom, he will not be even in this earth. If we have wisdom, we will not be sinners. If we have wisdom, we will not be doing all the wrong we do. We know it's wrong when we do it. And yet we claim to be smart. But the difference is with the Christ is that Christ, he is the opposite of you. But yet, still he loves you with all what you do. All the bad. You see, when we say Christ, he died because of our sin, Muslims, they make fun of it. They say, isn't it Jesus died for your sin? And they think this is like very silly, like he died for our sin. So now you are, you can do sin as much you want. No, in Christianity, you don't do that. It's in Islam. In Islam, you say Shahada, you sin as much as you want. Actually, there's a verse in the Quran saying clearly that Muhammad have a free license for sin, as much as he wish, for the past, for the coming time. That is in Islam, chapter 48, verse number 2. And the Muslims, they try to make it look nicer. They say fault, but the translation is false. The Arabic word is dhanb. And anyone, you can copy the word actually and post it in the Quran, and you will find the word dhanb appear always as sin. And if you change the translator, you will see it says sin. That Allah may forgive your sin. And here you notice something very important. With the Christ, your sin is forgiven if you repent from your heart. It's not maybe. It's not maybe. There's no maybe with Jesus. This is why Jesus, he said many times in the Bible, go and your sin is forgiven. Like when he spoke to the women in Luke 7, verse number 48. Go and your sin is forgiven. Or in Matthew 9:2, when he said to the man, go and your sin is forgiven. With Allah, even Muhammad himself, Allah saying to a God he worshipped, may Allah forgive your sin. And here you see an exposure for the false claim that Muslims worship one God. Because if you worship one God, this God is speaking to who? He is wishing who? Tawfiq, insists to call me sir. And I don't like the word sir. You are my brother. And maybe you are even better than me. You never know. So here you notice the verse in front of us. An open license for corruption. May Allah forgive your sin for the one in the past and the one in the future. In different verse in the Quran, it says, Allah forgive all sin. Except worshipping someone beside him. What is the condition of to be forgiven in Islam? If I show you the condition to be forgiven in Islam, you will die laughing. As an example, just to show you how silly this cult is, how shallow. Can you believe that there's a person, he says to you, if you say a certain word 100 times, Allah will give you whatever? Deeds. Can you believe this religion claim if you recite glory to Allah and praise him 100 times, Allah will not suppress him on the day of resurrection? Do you see how easy it is? So I go, I do all the garbage, I do all the bad things, and then I say, praise be to Allah, praise to Allah, praise to Allah, and that's it, I'm in heaven. How this can be from God? Have you ever heard of somebody saying that if you touch a stone, you go to heaven? Jesus did not say, I forgive your sin. Spoke as a prophet. Just to show you here how Muslims they answer, and to show you how silly they're this desperate answers. Okay, my friend, that is what you said to me. Guys, Jesus, he did not say, go and your sin is forgiven. Who is saying that? Dangal from Indonesia. Listen carefully. Jesus did not say, I forgive your sin. He spoke as a prophet of God. Okay, Abdul, I will go with you. Show me where your prophet, he said to somebody, as a prophet of God, your sin is forgiven. Go ahead. In the verse in the Bible, Jesus said it clearly, go and your sin is forgiven. With no question. Show me where your Muhammad, he says, go and your sin is forgiven. And you know, the funny is that a Muslim, he want to tell you what Jesus said. They are the expert. I mean, they cannot explain even their book. They can't even explain what the word Allah mean. And suddenly, in a second, they want to say to you, I'm going to teach you the Bible now. Jesus did not say that. Well, it says that in the front of your eyes. He says, go and your sin is forgiven. Why people, they are lying to themselves? You're not lying to us, by the way. You are lying to yourself. Even the Jews, they say, this guy is committing blasphemy. He is forgiving a sin. Who he think he is?
Matthew 9. And he entered into a ship, and passed over, and came into his own city. And behold, they brought to him a man sick of the palsy, lying on a bed. And Jesus, seeing their faith, said unto the sick of the palsy, Son, be of good cheer, thy sins be forgiven thee. And behold, certain of the scribes said within themselves, This man blasphemeth. And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, Wherefore think ye evil in your hearts? For whether is easier, to say, Thy sins be forgiven thee, or to say, Arise and walk? But that ye may know.
So then go to try, my friend. Very nice try. While Jesus was busy forgiving sin and healing people, Muhammad was having sex with the wives, and sex with the maid, and sex with the children. That is the truth which is hurting your feeling. Jesus not only he said to the man, your sin is forgiven, he said to them, he even saw, he knew their thought in their mind. Actually, the Quran confirmed that Jesus can tell you what is in your mind, can tell you the unseen, for Jesus is God. He can tell you even what you hide in your houses. The Quran says that. How Jesus knew that? And here this is confirmed here, that Jesus, he knew what they are thinking. Did he not say that? He knew their evil thoughts. So he said to them, okay, which one is easier? To say to the man, go on, your sin is forgiven, or rise and walk? And Jesus, knowing their thought, said, wherefore think ye evil in your heart? He knew what is in their heart. He knew what they are thinking. They did not even say a word. What they say that he is doing blasphemy is against God. How? For he is forgiving sin. He said to the man in front of their eyes, go, go, your sin is forgiven. The desperate Muslims trying to defend the desperate Muhammad who tried to commit suicide many times. Why Dangal, why you don't call me, my friend? I mean, why you are in the chat? Why you don't? What is your fear? Hey people, don't you think this guy, he can really give us good answers? Don't you think we can have a nice conversation, me and you? Why you don't call me? Why you don't call your sheikh in Indonesia, telling him, hey, come on, go and call this guy? In the same time, I'm waiting for the Muslim to tell me, when Allah, he said to Allah, may Allah forgive your sin. Who was talking to who? Is that Allah talking or Allah making a wish to other God? Any Muslim can tell us? Have you ever heard, okay, hey Christians, did Jesus say, imagine, okay, I am God, and then I say to you, may God forgive you. Okay, but you are God. And the funny, what make it more funny, not only he is saying may God, he is saying may Allah. That is the name, that is a personal name of this God. So who's talking? Any Muslim can help us? If this is Quran and every word in the Quran is made and said by Allah, who was speaking there? Obviously cannot be Allah. Because if Allah is speaking, he will not say, may Allah forgive your sin. That would be silly. That would be stupid. And how come Allah is not sure if the sin of Muhammad is going to be forgiven or not? Why is making a wish? This is chapter 48, verse number 2. And this is your translation. And for me, I do not need translation. In Arabic is my first language. Any Muslim? So you Muslims, you go and you follow a man. He himself is not sure even he will go to heaven. Actually, just to show you how stupid Islam is. If you ask a Muslim, is your salvation guaranteed if you do pray 5 times and blah, 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 blah? He will say, yes, brother, the Quran says so. Okay, let's see. Are you saved by your deeds, Muslims? And your deed is very evil, actually. I mean, what kind of deed those deeds is? Based on raping women and killing children and kidnapping and stealing. No one amongst you, and here you see the Muslim trying to hide the truth. They say, none amongst you, the Prophet said, who his deed alone, the word alone does not exist in the Arabic word. Here. You can take, just to be sure that I'm not making fun of you, you can take this hadith in Arabic, copy it as it is, and post it in Google Translation. And let me know if you will find the word alone. It's not there. They add the word alone to save Muhammad from his stupidity. However, other translators, they did not add the word alone, and that get them busted. So here you will see, read carefully. Messenger of Allah says, follow the right path, the faith strictly, okay, and steadfast, okay, and keep in mind, none of you can achieve salvation through his good action. Do you see it? Keep in mind. He did not say alone. This is a different hadith. Let us see a different one. This is the same hadith, different translator. Abu Hurairah reported, the father of the cats, that Allah Messenger said, none of you were rescued by his work. Where is the word alone? Anyone can see it? How I do answer when Muslim they say there's a contradiction with Jesus family tree. When a Muslim he asks you that, I mean, look who is talking. Isn't it then they believe that Mary, she is the sister of Aaron and she is the son, she is the daughter of Amran? You see, Muslim they play the game hoping that you are ignorant. And yes, you know, many of us, we are ignorant. Don't be upset. You will be upset if you stay ignorant. So when the Muslim, there's a contradiction in the family tree of Jesus. First, Jesus have no family tree. When the Bible speaks about Jesus as born of Mary, born, there's two branches. One through his father, the physical father, which is the husband of Mary. Remember, Mary, she was engaged to Joseph. Joseph, based on that, by birth, he is the father of Jesus by birth. So if somebody says Jesus, he is the son of Joseph, he is not lying, because he is married to Mary, and this is when Jesus, she gave birth to him. So for the Jews, this is why the Jews did not accuse Mary of fornication, because simply she was engaged, which means she is married according to the Jewish tradition, but there's no sexual intercourse yet. The Muslim, they call it Katbul Kitab. This is a Jewish practice. So you write her book, she's engaged. The second you do that, she is a wife, but she don't go to the house of the husband. This is why you will never see anywhere that the Jews accuse Mary of fornication. Why? Because she's already married. So when the Bible speaks about Jesus, the son of Joseph, and Jesus, the son of Mary, still both are correct. Both are correct. Very simple. Like, as an example, the Bible speaks about Elizabeth, the mother of John the Baptist, that she is the daughter of David. But is she the daughter of David really? No. She is from the tribe, from a family who belonged to David, the priest. But she is not really a daughter directly. So this is their contradiction. But however, the Quran saying clearly that Mary, she is the daughter of Amran, but Amran is the father of Moses. How such a stupid thing happened? I mean, this God, you do not know the Trinity, we got it. This God, you do not know the correct name of Jesus, he called him Isa, okay, we got it. Mary, suddenly she became the sister of Aaron, and she is the daughter of Amran, which is the father of Moses and Aaron. So when the Muslims, they come to you with something they call it contradiction, we laugh at it. It's a contradiction for the fool, not for us. All right? Now, listen carefully here. We go back to the topic. Are you saved with Muhammad? Muhammad is said to you, do Hajj. Look, just to show you how this guy is crazy, this man, Muhammad, this is explained why Muhammad, according to Zakir Naik, Muhammad is mentally ill. That's why he tried to commit suicide many times. We played the video for you in the beginning. But this is explained the stupidity of Muhammad. How you say that if you touch the black stone, Allah forgive your sin. How you say that if you say Allah, Alhamdulillah 100 times, Allah forgive your sin. How you say if you do Hajj, Allah forgive your sin. How you say if you kiss the black stone, you know. So all those things is contradiction for what he just said. Your deed will not save you. What will save you? Mercy. That's all. And this is a total contradiction for other stories too, because Muhammad, he said, it's not what you do, it's not your belief will save you, it's your destiny. You remember? Your destiny. What destiny? Destiny. Everything is a destiny. It's not your choice. It's not what you do. Read carefully. This is Sahih. This is Sahih Hadith. This is very authentic. So, how you go to heaven, how you go to hell, What make you go to hell? Is it your work in Islam? No. Is it because you don't pray? No. Is it because you commit sin? No. It's destiny. All the hadith in front of you proving that. All of this. Read carefully. This is Sahih al-Bukhari, one of the most authentic books after the Quran, saying that a person, Muhammad, he swear by Allah. Read carefully. After Allah, he write your deeds when you are in your father backbone, which is funny. He said, swearing by Allah, that one of you, he will act as people of hellfire. He will act as what? As people of hellfire. And then when it's written by Allah, take over and you go to heaven. And the opposite, a person who goes and he act the people of heaven, and then what is written by Allah, take over and he go to hell. Read it in front for you. How this can be a religion? Who want to believe in such a madness? Who as a Muslim believe that all the work you do all your life praying to Allah will overcome or overwritten or programmed by Allah, and then you act the opposite and you go to hell? Is that fair? Is that fair, Muslims? Read carefully. By the one, Muhammad is swearing by Allah, by the one other than whom there is no deity, verily one of you perform an action of people of paradise, okay, until there is an arm distance between him and paradise, okay. So now you are praying, you know, you are killing, doing jihad, you join ISIS, you join Al-Qaeda, you kidnap some Christians and Jews and Hindus, brother, and then has been written, overtake him, and he act the action of people of hellfire, and then he enter it. Look at this madness. Do you see it? Who want to believe in this madness? Who is a Muslim believe in this garbage? Be honest with me. Who is a Muslim is willing to call me and get me busted that this is a true, that this is justice, that there's a God, he wrote for you your fate, and then what Allah, he wrote for you will take over at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, you do good, you do bad, you believe, you don't believe, you convert, you don't convert, it doesn't matter. It's what Allah written for you. Do you see it? Tawfiq is asking me a question if he can call me after streaming. Not today, my friend, because already I'm tired from talking for long. But he asked me, he want to ask about Christianity and Catholicism. My friend, there's nothing called Catholicism, and nothing called Protestant, and nothing called Orthodox. Christianity is a Christianity. Christianity is following Jesus. So don't be confused. Catholicism is a name of a school, let us say, a group of people who agree upon something, but all of us, we agree in the same thing at the end of the day. I'm not a Catholic, but a Christian person is a person who believes in Jesus, the Son of God, believe in the Father, believe in the Holy Spirit. A Christian person who believes that Jesus, he come to the earth as a man. He came to save us. For God, he loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son. And all the churches believe in that. A Christian is someone who believes that Jesus died in the cross for us, and he is up in heaven, and he is coming back to save us and to be the judge in the judgment day. So Christianity is not a church name. It's not. It's not a church called Catholic. It's not a church called Orthodox. It's not a church called Protestant. Christianity is Christ. Whoever believes in me and I will live. So don't believe in a priest. Don't believe in a bishop. Don't believe in Christian Prince. All of us, we are sinners. Follow God, my friend. That is the Messiah. No other name beside his name. No holy beside his holiness. No truth beside his truth. No bishop, no prophet, no one. The Bible says there's only one master. There's only one master. And that master is Jesus. I'm answering. Okay. There's no master beside the Messiah. And there's many verses in the Bible that speak about that. So, you know, I ask all the Christians always to remember one thing, that men, they have their own answers, and God he have his own. And it doesn't matter how good I am in answering a question you gave me. The best answer is the Lord himself, the Bible, the Word of God. It's not a priest. It's not a bishop. It's not even a prophet. In Matthew chapter 23, verse number 10 says, neither be you called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. And Christ, he have his authority as a Son of God. He said that everything I have is given to me from my Father. So those who propose themselves as masters of knowledge, masters of belief, masters of, they give themselves authority. Their authority can be accepted as a limited authority of people of knowledge who they knew better than us, let us say. Let us say there's someone, he spent his life studying the Bible. So I say, okay, he have authority by knowledge, but not by God. The authority only belongs to God. Anyway. Follow the Messiah, don't follow the man. You follow the man, you will be disappointed. You follow me, you will be disappointed because I'm a sinner. Anyone who claims to be holy around you in the world is a liar. Anyone, no exception. If you ever meet a man, he screams for God, worship God, and he don't admit that he's a sinner, he's a liar. For those who scream for worshiping God, the first thing she should do, they should follow God themselves. But yet we know that every human being is a sinner. Now, do we have any Muslim want to say anything? Anyone? I think Tawfiq did not hear me. Maybe he is not in the chat. Anyone? Do we have any Muslim? Based on what we see, and by the way, now the video is long, right? So those who download the video, cut the pieces. Every one of them is a topic by itself. Cut the pieces, make it 10 videos. Make it 20. You don't have to upload it all as it is. And you know, I always want to ask you, excuse me if my stomach is talking. I think Jibreel is inside now. How to prove that terrorism is Islam? They're very easy. Here we go. Is Muhammad a Muslim, true Muslim or not? If somebody says to you Muhammad is not true Muslim, he's a joker. Muhammad, he said, Nusurtu bil-Ru'b, I've been victorious by terror. And the Quran have tons of verses about Allah will install terror and horror, and he will hit the necks and cut their necks, etc. So Muhammad said it clearly, I've been victorious by terror. He was victorious by what? Terror. Do you see the word terror? You do not need to prove it, it's there. Yeah, so to answer Tawfiq, now he's listening. You know, for us as a Christian, we should follow Jesus. Is not important the name of a church. The important is if the church is following Jesus, not following the church. So let us say you saw a sign, it says, the Church of Jesus. The Church of Jesus. Okay. But if the sign does not agree with the book of Jesus, then this church is fake, is false. So before you go to a church, my friend, regardless if it's called Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox, first you read the book, confirm your heart with the Lord. So then if somebody want to give you false information, doesn't matter what the name of that church, because there's liars everywhere. There's deceivers everywhere. So when you have knowledge by reading the book, knowing what Jesus said and what Jesus taught, then nobody can deceive you and lie to you or give you false information. So I can debate a priest if he is giving me false information, not because I like to debate him, no, because he's giving me false information. But how I know is he giving me false information if I do not know myself? So I have first to study the Bible, read it carefully. So if somebody tries to feed me some false information, I know how to stop him. Right? Read, my friend, read. Orthodox Church of Israel, he says we need to follow the apostle. Exactly. The apostle, my friend, they followed Jesus. They did not follow a bishop. You just gave yourself the answer, my friend. The apostle, they were not Catholic, they were not Protestant, they were not Orthodox. They were followers of Christ. Jesus said, Jesus did. This is what the apostle, they go by. They don't even go by Peter said. Peter did. Because even Peter, he did wrong. The Bible is so clear. All men are sinners. Those who follow bishops, they belong to bishops. Those who follow Jesus, they belong to Jesus. So why you want to avoid the important and follow which is not there? The Lord, he said, let the dead bury the dead. Your bishop is dead. Sooner or later. We follow the living God, the Messiah. No other name. So if everyone claims that he have the one who have knowledge, that is false. All the knowledge is coming from the Bible. The 4 books. Go there. Any other knowledge, the Bible says it clearly. Anyone who bring other scripture than this, he will be cursed. There's no other scriptures. No one can give us scriptures. That's it. So anyone who give us scriptures other than this, he shall be cursed by God. And he will be punished. So, bishops, we respect them, we love them. Churches fathers, for sure. But they themselves, they are following Jesus. And anyone who claims that he is better than others, he do not know Christ yet. Remember one thing. I want to remind the Christian one thing. The Quran in chapter 5, verse number 14 says, Allah will spread hatred and enmity between the Christians. So, you need to remember one thing always. That even if you disagree with a Christian or Christian prince, let us say, you don't disagree with him based on hatred. Let us say he's wrong. He said something, I don't agree with him. You should not hate. For you are providing the vision of the devil The Quran says, and from those who call themselves Christians, we took their covenant. I don't know what covenant is that, but they have abandoned a good part of the message that we send them. So we planted among them hatred and enmity until the day of resurrection. So if a church you follow, they are teaching hatred against other church, they are no Christians. Doesn't matter who they are. Teaching should be always involve love. If somebody is your brother in Christ, you rebuke him, you correct him, and you love him. If we are ordered to love our enemy, how about loving our brothers and sisters who believe in Jesus as God and Savior? And remember carefully, if there is somebody, he is a Christian, and let us say he's wrong about some ideas. Let us say, there's difference. The Christian, they differentiate about icons, as an example. Protestants say we should not have pictures. Catholic, they say it's okay. Orthodox, they say it's okay. Okay. Regardless who is right, who is wrong. I mean, from all the wrong we do in our life, all the stupid things we do in our life, suddenly this has become the most important thing to be judged by. So God will forgive you forgive your adultery. God will forgive you even if you became you was a killer like Paul. Paul was going after the Christian to kill them. God will forgive you for the sin you did, all the madness you did. And then he will not forgive you because you made a picture for him, because you love him. Even if it's wrong. So use your common sense and don't be silly. The devil is trying to divide us. With Christ, we are united. With Muhammad, we are divided. So don't serve the devil. Serve Jesus. Never follow a man, my friend. Bishops are men. I am a man. Men. Just to tell you how men are smart. They say women are stupid, right? And men are smart. A woman, she is walking, with short skirt, the man's brain will fly. That's it. His brain is gone. Like, where's your eyes? Flying. What happened to the wise man? What happened to Buddha with the big belly? Buddha, he climbed a tree, or I don't know, Buddha, I forgot the story. Krishna, I think. I don't. So he climbed a tree to watch girls are taking a shower. What happened? Where's the wise person? Where's, So man is a fruit of Adam and Eve. And we knew their fruits. From the beginning, we are people of sin. So don't claim holiness of yourself. Even when the Bible speaks about holy saints, the word holy here present how much they give from their life to the Lord, but doesn't mean that they are pure holy. Every man is a sinner. There is no person is holy save God. As simple as that. So here, if you are going to come and listen to me, always remember one thing, that here we believe in Christ and we are united Christians. We are united. We are united with Christ. Some want to call Dr. Cash. Okay, he can call me, my friend. No problem. Someone saying to me, debate the guy Karim from Abdul. Already he called me. We got him busted. Go watch it. The video is there. He's a kid. Where is the guy? He's Dr. Cash. There's a person saying there is a person, Dr. Cash, want to debate me. Dr. Ash, sorry. Ash. Let him text me, my friend. Anyone? Love your brother in Christ. He is a Protestant, he is Orthodox, he is a Catholic. For all of us, we are serving. All of us, we are delicious fruits in the table of the Lord. Somebody saying there's a person, his name Dr. Ash Cad. My friend Dr. Ash, you are welcome to text me and I will call you immediately in Paltalk. Somebody saying that you would like to talk to me. Are you there, Mr. Dr. Ash? Maybe Dr. Ash, he turned into Ash for real now. We made videos for those kids long time ago, my friend Elijah. Go watch my videos, respond to their lies. Any Muslim? And remember one thing, that always Muslims are victorious. Doesn't matter. Like, this remind me when Muhammad, he went to war and he got spanked badly. Why? Because his God told him that if 100 of you fight 1,000, they will win. The Muslim, they went to the war. They lost. But Muhammad still is victorious. Don't worry, you know, it's okay. Have you ever heard of a God? He promised them that 100 of you can fight 1,000, and it doesn't work. And then he made an excuse right away. He changed the verse. O Prophet of Allah, urge the believers to fight. If there is 20 steadfast person among you, will overcome 200, and if there is 100, will be steadfast with the, you know, will overcome 1,000. Okay, they went to there, they got spanked, they lost. And Muhammad, he told them, he saw a dream that the number of the disbelievers are small, you will believe, you will win. They went there, they got busted. Then right away, Muhammad, when he came back and he heard the news that they lost, look what he did. Now Allah has enlightened your task, for he knew that there is a weakness on you. Now you know he's a weakness. I mean, the verse before it, there's no weakness. Now he knew. And look how the number changed. From 100 they come fight 1,000. I mean, look at the exaggeration of stupidity. Brothers, sisters, Christian Prince, he can find 1,000 alone. Yeah, come on, man. 1,000 men? Yes, I can even, like, even without by moving my finger. Oh, you know what? It can happen if God is with you. I believe in that. I believe if you are a person and God is with you, even by a toothbrush, maybe you can go, because the one is doing it is God, not you. But here, this is God talking. And he is saying that now he found out that you have a weakness of you. So if there is 100 steadfast person, they shall overcome 200. So from 100 to 1,000 to 100 to 200. Do you see it? Through God, even if you are one person and there is the rest are 7 billion, if he grants you victory, you are victorious. That's what God is about. Correct? What 100 and 200? Either God will give you victory or not. And what about God now? He found your weakness. Where was God last week or yesterday? Where are you, Mr. Ash? Look like Mr. Ash, he turned into ash for real. So he was saying he want to debate me, etc. And the second we mention his name, he disappeared. Are you there? Dr. Ash, we are calling you, my friend. You would like to call me? I think he's overburned. Yeah, they are heroes. When I hang up and go, and you see the comment, look at the comment after I leave. Christian Prince, you nothing. We got him busted. The brother, etc., etc. He got him busted. Where are the heroes, brothers and sisters? Then why didn't call me? I will call them. Hmm? Where is your brother and sisters who can refute me? I'm here. Can you help me with Q&A hadith? I don't know what does that mean, my friend. What hadith? Last call before we go. I'm here for many hours and my knees will hurt me from sitting all the time like this. Come on, I need some snack, and otherwise I will going to be boring. Any Muslim? Who wanna make a clear challenge, like something, like make people excited, like they will see someone he can crush Christian Prince? I mean, come on, you can make it. You have Allah on your side. Look, if 100 of you can fight 1,000, so let us say there's 1,000 Christian Prince. That's mean 1 to 10. So one Muslim can destroy 10 Christian Prince. The Quran says so. Don't you believe? Don't you think Allah will send us a Muslim? One Muslim, he can destroy 10 Christian Prince? Is that a mission impossible? No, actually, I'm not really hungry. My stomach is talking, it's true, because I swallowed Jibreel. I mean, even the name of Jibreel is wrong. What Jibreel? Jibreel. I mean, this God, he cannot even say correctly any word. The word hayat is hayawat. I mean, have you ever heard of such a language? And they try to fix it in the Arabic Quran, by the way. Once he say Abraham, once he say Ibrahim. I mean, what is the name of Abraham? Is it Abraham or Ibrahim? Sahih, Muslim, Hadith. Okay, what do you want? What is the question, my friend? We got what you are asking for, but what is your question? What do you mean? You are saying, help me with this one. But I don't know how I can help you with it. What do you want? What do you want? If a person he asks a question, try to make it clear. What is your question? I'm just trying to read the comment. There's too many. I saw the Greek symbolic and I saw the word Bismillah. Well, I cannot really confirm that. I mean, it is maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's true. I cannot confirm that or reject it, my friend. First of all, I don't speak Greek language. The hadith was saying that the Prophet was happy with when Aisha she was beaten. Well, Muhammad, he always is happy when something happened to someone he is upset from. What's wrong with that? Was Muhammad upset when a man he beat his wife and he made her skin greener? He is the one who ordered him to beat women in order to obey. So why he will not be happy to practice what he told them to do? Right? Yeah. Do we have any Muslim? Mayday. Can you explain Sahih Bukhari? You know, give me a question and I will give you the answer without telling me explain this hadith and that hadith. If you have a question for me, give it to me and I will do my best to help you. But this hadith and that hadith, what is the question? No question yet. Right? If you are saying like the Prophet is saying he will be naked, barefoot, so this is nothing to condemn Muhammad with, because simply he's saying like, okay, Allah will strip you from all your clothes and nothing can make you look good for him except what you did. This is what can take it as a metaphorical way. All right. And the funny here, he said something very stupid in that hadith, if you remember. He said, you will be uncircumcised. Let me find you the hadith. Hold on. How they are Muslims and they are circumcised, and Allah will meet them in the day of judgment and circumcised. What does that mean? How that can happen? Don't ask me. Stupidity is amazing. So you are a Muslim in the time of the judgment day, and judgment day come, and you are already circumcised. What, Allah will put the piece there back? Allah will reinstall the piece of his skin in every penis. He will put it back. And if he is going to do that, why he order you to cut it off? That is a question we can give to the Muslims, but they will never answer anyway. Thank you, Daniel. Is it okay to remove the letter Alif from Bism? First of all, you just answer, my friend. If it's a letter from a verb or of a noun, let us say the word word. Can we take the word? Can we take the letter W off? We cannot. So when you say, let us do this. Captain is asking question. Let us put the question first on the screen. Okay, he's asking, is it okay to take the letter Alif, Alif mean A, from the word Bi'ism, when it is come next to the name of Allah? Doesn't matter where it's come from, before what and after what. Should not be taken off, because by taking it off, the word is not there no more. Ism. Okay, let us do this. This is the word, and I'm using my virtual keyboard. I don't have really, I mean, my keyboard doesn't really have the correct drawing of the word, of the letters. Sometimes I have difficulty with writing them. So if we go in the Quran, let us go to the Quran first to get you the word correctly. And we will compare what we wrote in the screen. You see it? Okay. All of those is ism. All right. So the word ism, what ism mean name, sorry, in the name, like you say in the name of etc. So when you say in the name, you have to put the word in and then the word name, and then you say Allah. All right. So all those yellow ones are the word mean name. You see the word? Do you see the letter Alif in the beginning? Okay. So if we type it here again next to it, I'm trying to find out how we can type the word let us see. Okay. This is we make it big. And now you see that there's a letter, right? So if we take this first letter off, that word became poison. The meaning of that word is poison, literally. So how we can take it off? This is sum. Sum means poison. So now it's a different word. So can we take the letter off? No. What the Muslims they do, they add a letter before the word B, which means by. And then they took the word alif to make it easier to read, but this is wrong Arabic. There's no such a thing in Arabic. Even the Muslims in their dictionary, even in their scholars, they say the letter alif is taken off because it's heavy to pronounce, harder to recite. So when a Muslim, he will recite the Fatiha, Bismillah, so it doesn't. So what do you say? Bism, to make it easier. From Bism to Bism. So they are willing, and they corrupt their book, and they take letters from the language in order to make it easier to recite. And then they claim that we Muslims, we preserve every letter of the Quran. But this is wrong Arabic. Anything else? Yeah, you take the word ism off, the alif, that will make it sam, which means poison. Yeah, there's a question actually, a Muslim he asked, as long as we are here. He said, when Jesus was in the earth, who was in charge of the universe? That was a good question, actually. A Muslim trying to think. Okay, so Jesus was in the earth. Who was in charge of the earth? Okay, I will go with you. So based on what you are saying, if Jesus in the earth, the universe is in lose. But as you know, we Christian, we believe that the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit is, is our God, one God. So Jesus the Son is down on earth, God the Father is in heaven, the Holy Spirit is everywhere. So when you ask this question, this is not a question for us, the question is for you. So when Allah, he went down to the earth and he stayed there for 6 days, or 6 days according to the Quran. 2 days to create the earth, 4 days to create in the top of it. All right. Chapter 2 says, verse number 29, it is he who created everything for you in the earth, and then he rose up to the world, to the heaven. So who was in control of the universe when Allah was down on earth? Any Muslim? So Muslim, when they ask you questions, they are copying what their sheikh, they tell them in the mosque. But those questions are silly. It's against you, not against me. Now you need to explain. If Jesus was down on earth, and that will make a question mark about who was in control of the universe, that will not work for the Christians, because we believe in the God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Wonderful. But you Muslim believe that Allah, that's him. There's no three-person, one God. You have in one person, one God. His name is Allah. So coming down to the earth for 6 days, who was in charge of the universe? Any Muslim? Now they will change topic right away. The Muslims are the fastest people to change topic the second they notice that you know what you are talking about. If you do not know, they will, no, don't change topic, stay here. This is why we say to you, help us, so we can help you. And when I say help us, I'm not asking you to make a donation, even few of you only do. I'm saying help us to spread the truth, my friend. I spend my day, how many hours I'm here now? How many hours? How many hours people they spend, those who speak about Islam? 15-minute video. 15-minute video, here you go. And okay, he's done. I am here for 4 hours now, today, just only today, 4 hours and 31 minutes. For sure, before we finish, it's going to be at least 5 hours. Okay. Is what I'm doing enough? No. Honestly, I feel guilty sometimes because I feel that nobody is helping and I'm not be able to reach to the whole world. We have millions of Christians, they know nothing about Islam, so which means they are easy target for the Muslims to deceive them. But at the same time, what I would do and what I can do more. Books I wrote. Books and I wrote. For free, I gave them for free. Videos I make by tens of thousands. I spend my life doing this. What I can do more? Christians are just watching. We say to them, okay, we want to do training for Christian ministers. Who want to call his Christian minister so we can do training for them so they can answer the Christian at least. If you don't want to debate the Muslims, at least we can teach you how to answer the Christians because the Muslims, they ask them questions. Nobody help. For free. I would do it for free. Don't pay me a penny. Nobody help. From my time, from my life, from my stress, nobody help. If a Christian prince was a Muslim, can you imagine how much support he will get? Zakir Naik, the idiot, he have 12 satellites to broadcast what he say. He have a TV station, 12 satellites. This idiot. You know, once a Muslim, he said to me, we Muslims have faith, but we don't have religion, or we don't have God. And you Christian, you have God, but you don't have faith. I could not understand. He was way older than me, and I didn't understand really what he meant. We Muslims have faith, but we don't have God. You Christian have God, but you don't have faith. What does that mean? What does that mean? And he was really right. They have faith in the garbage of Muhammad. They don't have God. He admit, he agreed. We have God. We have the true God. But our faith is little. How many of us is serving the Lord? How many of us, one day the Lord will ask you, time will come, my friend, you will die, you will die. It's just a matter of time. If you think you are living forever, you will stay young. If you are a woman or you are 20 years old, okay, just wait. Just wait. In the speed of light, you will be 80, if you are lucky. In the speed of light. It's just a matter of time. Your life will be taken from you. And then the question will be, you are coming back home where you belong. With what? With the iPhone you bought? With the car you have? I advise people, and I truly advise you from my heart, to go from time to time to graveyards. Yes, graveyards. This is the only place will have an impact on you. So you remember where you will end. A little tiny piece of a ground. And if you live in a poor country like Philippines or etc., they will give you a shelf. That is the truth. You can laugh, you can enjoy what you think you are enjoying, but it's just a matter of time. You have a temporary life. You are not really alive. You are temporarily alive. So I advise you, all of you, to remember where you are going. I know many people will start leaving now, because this is a topic they hate to see, and but people, they hate reality. I fear no death. Actually, I pray that the Lord will not make me live longer. If the Lord really answer my prayer, I will, because this world is disgusting for me. I have nothing really to regret for leaving it. But for sure, I'm not a person who take my life. No, the Lord, I pray for him. If he take it, he take it. But there's nothing to regret except not serving God. So time will come and the Lord will ask you, okay, you are coming back. What you did? I give you a life of 60 years, 70 years, 80 years. What you did? Who I was in your life? You were serving who in the last 60, 70, 80, 100 years of your life? Where you been? What you will say? So at least do something for the Lord who gave you life. He gave you life. This is not your life. Whatever he gave you, he will take away from you. And either you are going to be a person who will live with him forever, or you will be forgotten in hell, for you deserve not his love and his mercy. He showered you with his mercy. He gave you eyes to enjoy. Look at the trees, how beautiful. Look at the birds, how beautiful. Even men, they enjoy looking at women, right? I mean, this is always a gift from God. Beauty you see around you, even your wife who you enjoy looking at her, this is a gift. God, he created Adam and Eve. So man and women, they will be together. It's a gift. Even that gift became filthy. So time will come and whatever being given to you will be taken away. And then you will be asked, what you did? He will say, I was in a chat room listening to Christian Prince making fun of Muhammad. He will say to you, what about you? What you did? Okay, you laugh. You type in the chat, hey, 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 Islam is funny. But did you really try to save some Muslims? Did you even try to save some Christians from being deceived by Islam, or somebody who believes in an atheist? So my friend, I invite you to do more fruits. For the Lord will not recognize you by calling yourself a Christian. He will recognize you from your fruit. The Lord, he said, not me. From their fruits you shall know them. From their fruits you shall know them. Not from their names. Not from the cross you wear in your neck. He will say to you, many they call me God, God. Many, many, many. Billions. But not all of them will go to heaven. So what we do today and what we will do tomorrow to serve the Lord. You think about everything in your life, but you don't think about the one who gave you life. How many hours you give a year to the Lord to serve him? A year. If you make a little calculation, and by the way, I'm not counting a prayer you make. This is not a service for God. This is not really have nothing to do with serving God. If you pray, that is not really service. Service is doing what God he made you to do. Or what is that? To be someone ambassador for the Christ. A loving person, a giving person, a good person, a quality person. How many you will bring to him before you die? So you can say to him, my Lord, I'm not coming alone. I was busy telling people to believe in you. And if you are busy and you are telling people to believe in him and nobody accept, still you did great. Because it's not your fault. It's not your fault. So my friends, I warn you, it's just a matter of time. And time for me means nothing no more. And the Lord is my witness. I don't care. I believe I did what I need to do. I believe I'm doing everything I can do. The rest is yours. If you have a Christian church, they would like to learn about Islam, how to answer Muslims, I will be happy to teach them in private. And again, for free. For totally free. No money. I don't want you to invite me for 5-star hotels. Last time I was invited to do a seminar in Texas. I went and I ate in hamburger McDonald's restaurant because I don't want the church to pay for the food I will order in the room. Even though they told me, anything you order, it's on us. I did not do that. I know it's an expensive hotel. Today you can do it through the internet. I do not need to pay for an airline ticket. I do not need to stay in a hotel room. I do not need to rent a car. We do not need anything. I have my computer. I have my internet. It costs you nothing. Bring who you need to learn. And I'm not going to teach you how to speak to Muslims. Do it the way you like. I'm going to arm you with knowledge. Knowledge. How you say the knowledge, how you share it, this is your business. How you talk to Muslims, maybe you don't agree with me about the way I talk. Sometimes I'm very, let us say, aggressive. But you need to understand, my friend, I am a person who grew between them. I know their mentality. I know how they are. You see, I learned through my life that when it's come to Islam, Islam does not respect, Islam fear. The Muslim, they've been taught that a Christian who is a nice Christian, that because Allah, He cursed him. Many, because of their ignorance, don't understand that this is what the Muslim believe. So when they see someone, he's a Christian and he is very kind, they think this is a curse. Allah, He cursed the Christians. And you can find that all over the Quran. As an example, chapter 3, verse number 112. Indignity is put over them wherever they may be, except under covenant. The only way to live is under protection of Muslims. And humiliation will be upon you. So when a Christian is nice to a Muslim, they think he's a coward. Not because he's good, but because God, He cursed him. The God of Islam, He cursed him. He made him a coward. So when a Christian he is, this is how sick Muhammad is. So the good of us, of loving them, Muhammad made it. Muhammad tried to explain why the Christians are so peaceful. Why they are not aggressive. He said, oh, Allah, He put this on them. So when the Muslim, they see someone like Christian Prince, they say to you, how come you are not... Do you remember the guy from Indonesia, what's his name? Or this guy from Philippines. He said, you are not Christians. Okay, why am I Christians? Okay, you say words, because look, they make fun of you. They make fun of you for following Jesus, for believing in Jesus, that is God. And the second you start spanking their prophet, they say to you, be Christian again. This is not how to be Christians. This is not right. But what happened? What happened? You made fun of us for being Christians all the time. The second we got you busted, you asked me to be Christian. Should I be Christian or not to be Christian? Which one is the correct one? You are no Christians. What happened? They make fun of you 24 hours, 7 days a week for being a Christian. The second you start spanking their faithy prophet, they ask you to be Christian again. Christian for them is to be subdued. Christian for them is not to answer, not to refute, not to debate, not to argue, not to get them busted. If you don't do that, you are no Christian. This is the Christians they want. They don't want different kind of Christian. They want only one kind of a Christian. This is a guy who claimed that he is a hero from the Philippines. He keeps saying, Christians, we challenge you to debate us. We call you. Who want to debate us? Okay, I said, okay. Well, somebody sent me his video. I said, okay, let us challenge him. So we did.
Your message.
Why didn't you answer? Why didn't you answer?
How can I? Brother, how can I? Look. I had debated an American here. You want to see it?
I'm not.
I debated a true.
He debated a true American, guys. He debated a true American. I'm not a true American.
Show me your face.
Why?
Show me your face. Give me your name.
Christian, you don't want to.
See. You want to be known by people.
I want to be known. I want what? I want to. If I want to be known, why I'm not using my name? I want to be known. By talking to him. I mean, this guy, I never heard of him. And I want to be known. Okay.
That's why you want to debate me. And you accuse me of a lot of bad things. If you're a Christian, if you're a good Christian, you will not be like this.
See? If you are a good Christian, you will not be like this. So who's good Christian? They make fun of the good Christian. If you're a good Christian, you're stupid for them. You worship Jesus, a stupid idiot. You're a pagan. And the second you start showing them what they deserve, you are no Christian. And we wouldn't want to debate you. And then he, just to show you their racism, they are white man worshippers. They worship white man. He said, I debated a true American. True American, white, blonde man. You are not American.
You accused me a lot of things.
Why?
I'm not doing this for money, my friend. How come you accuse me of everything?
Well, nobody accusing you nothing.
You're a prophet, you do it for money. The Quran, there's verses about giving Allah a mortgage. Have you ever heard of a God he begged for money? What kind of God this God is?
You want to debate?
No, you accuse me. I read. Someone sent me your message.
Why didn't you answer?
Me a lot of things.
Why didn't you answer?
How can I, brother? How can I? Look. I had debated an American here. You want to see it?
I'm not.
I debated a true American.
True American.
Born American.
Born American.
Unlike you, you're not American. Because you have an accent. Okay?
And this is why they are afraid. If he is a true American, born in America, he is not an Arab, he is welcome. No, let us debate. But you are not a true American, you are an Arab. This is the problem. This guy, he thinks he's a big shot. The second we challenge him, they called him at home. The guy who called him, this is not me, I don't call people because, you know, they will say to me, I'm harassing them, you know. So, one of the Christians, he gave him a call, his phone number. He is the one who posted the phone number, call me, I challenge you. They are waiting for an ignorant Christian who know nothing about Christianity, who know nothing about Islam to debate him. And that will make you look fool and will make them look smart. As simple as that. Right? There's two kinds of Christians for the Muslim to be good for them. Someone, he is a fake Christian hypocrite. He say things politically correct. That is perfect. Because it doesn't matter how much he talk. He don't attack. He don't prove us wrong. He don't say the truth about Muhammad. He is a politically correct person. Other kind of a Christian, they like him, is ignorant one. Ignorant one in which way? Well, let us say he knew the Bible, maybe. Let us say he's a priest, but he do not know anything about Islam. So when somebody want to debate a person, he's a Muslim. It's not the same as debating someone as an atheist. It's not like debating someone is a, you need to know what he believes. You don't go and debate. Like imagine we have a doctor, he want to fight virus. Okay, but shouldn't you know what virus is before you go? So in order to be a doctor, not a doctor in philosophy, because a doctor in philosophy did not study virus. He's a doctor, yes. So in order to fight a virus, then you have to learn about the virus before you fight the virus. Islam is a virus based on deception. So you need to learn how this virus function. And somebody might say to me, well, how you say Islam is a virus? Islam describes itself as a virus. A virus is something infect you within you, inside you, and make you sick. Muhammad himself was bewitched. The hate in front of you. Muhammad himself tried to commit suicide. And Muhammad himself, he tried always to make the Muslim believe that they are the best of mankind. And it is their duty to enslave everybody. That is a virus belief. We are fighting slavery. Islam promotes slavery for all mankind. The best of you, who is those who call themselves Muslims? How? For they go and they have a duty to bring everyone as a slave, and you put a chain around their neck until they embrace Islam. That is a virus. This religion is a virus. So imagine I believe everybody around me is like a dog. I have the right to put a chain around his neck. Why? Because he's not from my religion. That's all. The problem is he don't believe in my religion, not because he's in war with me. Oh, I forgot to tell you that according to Islam, anyone don't believe in Allah, he's in war with Allah and Muslims. See the religion of peace? Anyone who don't believe in Allah, Islam is a virus. When a Muslim, he say that non-Muslims are the same as cattle, what virus infected his brain? You tell me.
Is the cow gang. If you look like they're on this thing. Basically, brothers and sisters, just seeing the cows reminded me of an ayah in the Qur'an where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes the people who are misguided. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says they're more misguided than the cattle. They are more astray than the cattle, right? Than these cows. And if you think about it, brothers and sisters, a human being, right, who doesn't believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he has less value than these cattle right here. Because at least from this cattle and these cows, you can get milk. At least from these cows, you can get leather. You can get something from them. There is some benefit that comes from these cows. Despite how, if you look at them as an animal, they're a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they're not the most intelligent animal. They're not the most, like you can see flies all around them. But a person who's misguided, a person who's astray, a person who doesn't worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has less value on this earth than these cows. Because these cows, like I said, at least they produce some fruits, some meat can come from them.
See the superior mentality? Islam is a superior, they believe they are superior. Everybody around them is a dog. Everybody around them is not even a cow. This is a Muslim. The Muslim, they believe that he is a person who knows what he's talking about. He's a true Muslim, by the way. This person is a true Muslim. He is saying to you the truth, that this is what we Muslims believe. You are less than a cow. Cow, they give milk. What do you give? And as you see behind him, there's a Mercedes-Benz made by the kuffar. His phone is made by the kuffar. The camera is using made by the kuffar. And you live in the land which is not his land, which means the house you live in is not built by him. And he wondering what the Christians, what the Jews, what the Hindus, what the Buddhists do. They are cows. That is a virus belief. That is a virus, disgusting belief. You look at people around you down, that they are less than a cow. That is Islam. It's a superior cult. Believe that we are superior upon mankind, and the Quran confirmed that in chapter 3, verse number 10, 110. The superior cult of Allah. We are superior. We have the right upon you. We have the right to torture you. We have the right to capture you. We have the right to rape your women because we are Muslims and you are not. That is Islam. So those coward liars, you will see a Christian priest, he claimed to be Christian, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, doesn't matter. There's many garbage like those. They say to you, we worship the same God. No, we don't. They say to you, we have the same value. No, we don't. That's a big fat lie. They say to you, Islam and Christianity, they share a lot of things. We share nothing. Not even Jesus is not the same Jesus. And those people who say to you, Christianity and Islam, they have the same thing. In a church, they are more dangerous than Muhammad himself. Because those are the devil with an N. Be aware of false teachers who come to you in the clothes of a sheep, but they are wolves. Those are the wolves. A priest who clothed himself as a priest, who say he believes in Jesus, who hold the Bible in his hand, and yet he says that Muhammad, he believes in the same God. Isn't it the Bible says, who is the liar? Who is the liar? Who is the Antichrist? The Bible says clearly, the one who denied the Father and the Son. Muhammad denied the Father and the Son. So how a Christian, if we can call him a Christian, he lied to his church, being perfectly correct, hypocrite, liar, saying to you and your children that Christians and Muslims believe in the same God. How he ignored the Bible. How he ignored the teaching of Christ. Liars, liars. All right, let's see if we have any Muslim. A Christian from Indonesia saying, why don't read my friend? If you have something to say, don't send me a message in Paltalk. Paltalk is only for Muslims to call me. If you have something to say, you say it in the chat in YouTube. Otherwise, I will block you. I stopped using Skype because I have no control of it. It's crazy. I open my Skype, there's 10,000 people texting me. So don't do that to me here. And you notice actually in Skype, each time I go live, when a Muslim call me, the Muslim just start calling in order to drop the call. Because in Skype, there's no option to stop others calling when you are talking. In Paltalk, they cannot do that. So this is why I like Paltalk more. We are talking, they cannot disturb us and keep calling, the things keep ringing, and then he dropped the call. They go crazy when they see someone leaving Islam. But even their prophet, he said, that time will come and Islam will become so small. Will be what? Will be so small. And he will go back so small as it started. So Muhammad himself, he knew that his religion is going to be demolished. However, I'm not going to wait for this day to happen. I have a duty as a Christian to save my beloved Muslims and my beloved Christians and my beloved Jews and Hindus and Buddhists and whoever. For God, he loved the world. He sent his only begotten Son. The Lord, he did not send Christ to the Christians, because remember, in a certain point, there's now such a thing called a Christian. Christian is a name actually given to us, not by Christians, but it's a great name. We love it. For we belong to Christ. What is a better name we deserve? No better name we deserve. Perfect name. To be called a Christian. That's why I encourage you not to call yourself Catholic, not to call yourself Orthodox, not to call yourself Protestant. Call yourself Christian forever. For there's no better name than his name. So Muhammad, he made it clear that Islam will go and be demolished. And I think he is speaking about people like me who will make Islam shrink. So let us see before I die, and that day will come, today, tomorrow, I don't know, how many Christian prince will be in the internet to take over. That depends on you. To help us to spread the knowledge, and the truth will set you free. Thank you guys for being here. May the Lord bless you all. I try to come tomorrow if I can. Depends how many views we have this video. And don't forget to download the video previous to this one. I think already many if you download it. And this video is too long. So what you do, cut it pieces, make a topic. Depend in the short video you will make. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. All right? Thank you all. Love you all. And we love the Muslims. We don't hate them. We will never hate them. We hate the hate of Islam, the corruption, the superior mentality. We hate that somebody saying you have to beat women. Women is your mother and your sister, and if there's no women, there's no men. If there's no women, you are not exist if you are a male. Don't be proud about yourself. If you deny women, you deny your existence. If not her, there's no you. Only fool they deny women in the society. Only foolish people. And that is Islam. When Muhammad, he says that women, she come in the image of the devil. And she live in the image of the devil. That is the devil talking. That is not a healthy society. Each time you look around you, you see a woman, you see a devil. How disgusting is that, to be like that? How you can even be a living human being? How you can be a human being? And yet you think just because you have a male member between your legs, you are better than a human being. She is just a female. And not only that, you are convinced now that she is the devil. Not only she is not equal to you, but she is a devil person. She is evil. That is Satan talking. Your mother, my friend, the one who cry over you when you are sick, the one who hold you and she hug you when you are tired, the one who spend her life taking care of you, she is the devil. Can you believe that? How in the world anyone can come with such a filthy teaching? Who of you dare to print the word of Muhammad that women, they come in the image of the devil and they retreat in the image of the devil and put it in the top of your bed, the bed of your mother? Who of you dare to put these words in the top of her grave? Do you dare? Islam is nothing but a shameful cult. Unhealthy to your mental, to your spiritual, to your physic. A God who permit the man to beat his wife, to fix her by beating her. What a crazy, sick cult. A man who believes that women is the devil, he is not a human. Because he lost his root. He lost that his existence was dependent on her. He was feeding from her belly, inside her, for 9 months. So if the woman is the devil, you were inside the devil for 9 months, you coward. What kind of religion this religion is? So those who download the videos, cut them pieces, like now we spoke about the mother. What Islam think about women? Cut it pieces, make it short. Thank you, everybody. May the Lord bless you until we see you soon again. This is your brother, Christian Prince. Wish you the best. And don't forget to pray for our new brother, Tawfiq, who called us today from Indonesia, and he accepted Christ with tears from his heart. May the Lord bless him. May the Lord open the heart of his family. May the Lord protect him, provide him, and give him all what he needs to be a good, true ambassador of Christ between Muslims in Indonesia. Thank you. God bless you. Christ is Lord. Islam is a cult made by the devil. See you soon.